been busy.
I noticed that.
So we're going to start on the Super Farm side?
I don't care.
No. It looks like we are.
Super Farm's the grandstand side.
Yep, absolutely. Christine out of Athens, Wisconsin. Bryce Faulkner will have the first test hook position here. 21 competitors in this class. It's going to be a big one here. The Super Farms always put on a great, great show. And besides that, I tell you, it is one of the most competitive classes you will ever see. We're excited to have them here. Super Farms have been around for a number of years. It's a 9,300-pound class. The engine 640 cubic inches. That down. Now he'll have the opportunity to take that pass or drop deeper into the class. We'd like to say good evening and welcome to High Torque, our sponsor for our Grand National Super Farm class.
And just that quickly on the infield side, we're ready to go with our Pro Stock 4.1s. Limited Pro Stock, 4.1 inlet on the turbocharger and a 4.5 outlet. That's what helps define this particular class. 9,500 pounds weighing our weight limit, 640 cubic inches underneath the hood, 24.5, 32 tires. They're a little narrower than some of the tires you've been watching all weekend long. These are 24.5.
Not a bad looking effort there, I tell you.
.350 with an 82 to the right, 350 and 82 for our first man down the track. We'll see if he's going to take that. I would, but it's not me.
Well, again, as we said, and it proved us kind of wrong, but
we got the word. He does. He likes it, and he'll take it. 350 and 82.
This afternoon, the general rule of thumb is usually you got a pretty good first pass, you take it, don't drop. But it's a whole different ball game here this afternoon. High Torque IMI Performance wants you to know that in addition to High Torque starters designed for those amongst the NTPA, they're also certified marine High Torque starters for both bottom and top mount applications, as well as diesel engines as well. High Torque starters, proud sponsor of the NTPA.
Getting word from Trackside Technical Services saying we're going to look at another one and see what we have on the infield side. A class of 26 of our limited pro 4.1s.
Again, it's a regional class of our Super Farms here. Drivers from Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, all taking part in our Super Farm class. Roy Hardy is up next out of Wisconsin. The Gold Digger coming to play.
There are so many people that are on the board equipment, rolling, scraping, grading, etc. on the track. The track crew here at Tomah is absolutely second to none in the country. They've done a great job all weekend. I see no reason that they won't continue. Many of you know them. They may well be your neighbors, your friends. If you know them, make certain that you say thank you to them. We try and do that.
Coming off, good hook over there. The Gold Digger 1970 International. And Roy lays down a great pass, 334.6, and a Gold Digger, 334.6.
Josh Dutton, Darien, Wisconsin. The time for one more, it's called. Hearing from technical services, we are going to float the finish on all classes, and all competitors have been alerted of that. 332.025 for Josh Dutton. 332.025. The reason for floating, it's hot. We have smaller classes now, and to be able to turn one around and bring it back for a pull-off situation is extremely detrimental to a motor. It's been that hot. It's really, let's take care of what we have.
Well put. Well said. Hey, our friends from Case IH have got, if you're in the agricultural business, they've got hay tool inventories, they've got special utility all-purpose tractors, and they have compact tractors as well. They're offering 0 down, no interest for 60 months. That's going on. Check with your Case IH dealer. They've got some great bargains, some great things that come along here. Our thanks. Stop by your local Case IH dealer to check out more. Also, our thanks to the good folks at O'Reilly Auto Parts. When your check engine light comes on, don't take chances on repairs. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better parts, better prices every day. Lining up on the other side, that 2008 John Deere 7630 Papa's Itch. Les Spanish coming up. Been pulling for about 7 years. Farmer there. Wife Donna alongside this weekend, I do believe. So we'll see what the green folks have got for him here tonight as we go headlong into 21 Super Farms. Look there and see our reigning national champion is there. A couple of other national champions waiting in the wings. If you're brand new to Tomah, I know there's a lot of people here maybe for the first time ever. We welcome you. We hope that you enjoy it. We'll try to keep you updated and informed. We'd also like to say there's been a guy here since 1984, going to all the polls, going to celebrate his 86th birthday on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, let's give a round of applause for Wes Kemp, who's here, 86th birthday, and happy birthday in advance. Young or old, they all come to be a part of the experience, which is Tomah, Wisconsin.
Chris Lear.
Come on, boys. Here we go. Let's get it.
Well, on the Super Farm side of the class, we've had 2 winners previously. We started this class actually officially in 2003. 2014, Dan Schulte was a winner. He comes up here very shortly with the Binder Express. And Roy Hardy, who has already run with the Gold Digger, he was a winner in 2018. Now, in the Super Farm class, we have bounced around a little bit between having a regional event, having a Super Farm Grand National event. We've also had regional and Super Farm Grand National competition over the course of the same weekend here. So going back and looking at statistics, 2003 they made their debut. A whole variety of winners here, but 2 of them in competition again with us this evening. As I said, Roy Hardy and Dan Schulte both have been winners here with us in the Dairyland.
Green flag is out for Chris Lear. The Darien Deer out of Reedstown, Wisconsin. effects of a 4-1 Charger. All of a sudden, you start to lose that power, you're done very, very quickly. 4-1 in, 4-5 out. That's all you have, a single Charger.
That should be the first of 2 tractors that they will bring here with us this weekend. Obviously, last night competition in 4-1 Limited Pro, your winner with the Killing Time entry. He comes out here very shortly, the John Deere. That is Dean Hood. Of course, he comes to us out of the state of Minnesota, and one of the winningest drivers in the semi division. He has won 7 times there. Last night made 8 for him to win at Tomah. To his career, he moved up 1 spot in our all-time rankings with 8 wins now. He will be out again shortly. We continue to look down that list last night as well. We had very great competition throughout the Limited Pro Stock. Over 25 of them in competition here last night.
Dan Schulte up next to the Binder Express out of Dyersville, Iowa. For those of you that don't know your Iowa geography, it's right next to Farley. I think Dyersville is actually the home address of the Field of Dreams, which is also right next to Farley.
That is correct. It is the home. And obviously, the last couple of years they hosted that MLB baseball game out there in Dyersville. So. Got to talk to a former pro stock winner from here about that experience, as he is kind of on the board and got to be out there and participate in a lot of that. And of course, John Lender and the Lender brothers, who have been very successful here at Tomah in the pro stock division.
Well, the Binder Express is going to drop a 6, so that brings them back after Mark. So Dan's not going to run there, and this will bring forward one of the best supers that's here. I guarantee you. It is the new Attitude Ride, Reedsburg, Wisconsin's very own Gary Svinich. Now, Gary was a national champion last year, and this is one tough run at Super Farm. It is an International 1466. The new Attitude. Farmer, excavating and trucking, so Gary knows a little bit about dirt.
He's also a former sled operator, so that's not a bad thing to know as well when it comes to going in competition. And last year, his first year on the Grand National Circuit, and he took the win. And very, very tough. I mean, throughout the summer, being able to run in Super Farm, and then obviously went to the National Farm Machinery Show for his first time in Louisville this past winter, and made his way to the finals there as well. 2023 summer so far, or outdoor pulling, has not been quite what he had hoped for. You might think just taking that momentum, but a lot of times you hear of that sort of sophomore curse or sophomore issue that might happen that second year, and he'd certainly like to change that here in Tomah.
Always tough to defend that championship, no matter what you're in. You got the bullseye right on behind you, and everyone is looking at you. Gary's going to tighten the chain up here. 50+ years of pulling. Going to make sure that things are right and tight right now as he straps in. Now. Track, you know, I don't think he came off exactly the way he wanted it to be, but boy, hung with it right there. So let's see what the champion can do here tonight. Roofing. Call Ben today to receive a quote. Actually, call him on Monday. Let us help you explore your options and choose a roof that's right for you. MQ Roofing, proud sponsor of this Friday night here at Tomah.
Ryan's distance at 2.96, 3 1/4. 2.96 with a 3.25. Demonstrative of how we were talking about. There's not that much dirt left back out there behind the buck or in front of the buckboard, which was indicative of the fact that you weren't moving as much real estate as you think you should have been. Floating finish in all classes tonight. Floating finish in all classes, which is basically one run and done, I think is the way it's most often described.
Yeah, I mean, that's you try to give, we give, you know, there's no practice.
No.
There's no preseason. You come to the track, you hook, and that's basically it. You're testing and tuning and competing all at the same time. So we go out of our way to make sure that we give every one of the competitors as much as we can. So you've got that opportunity to get by 100 feet as long as you back off. You can drop in this particular class and come back. So we give everyone that opportunity. You know, test puller, really, we give him the option of taking the puller, dropping back or 6. We do that because he's got really, he's at kind of a disadvantage. You don't have any of the rest of the class to look at. Sometimes that doesn't matter, but it really is, as we saw this afternoon, kind of a luck of the draw. Now this class, we should try to keep it underneath the sun for a while. So we'll see if much changes. On the line now, Jeff Larson, the hot wire. He's an electrician, 35 plus years, a National Farm Machinery Show competitor.
Yeah, former state and regional competitor here who's done a very, very good job. This is a good running machine. Make her way to the winner's circle here shortly, and you come back now on our limited pro side, a gentleman who picked up win number 8 last night here in Tomah.
329 and 4 for Jeff Larson. 329 and 4. Right now, that'll put him in 3rd spot. And our leader again, the new attitude ride, 338 and 2. Good evening and welcome to Tomah. Our thanks to the good folks at Lemke Motorsports. They're a full-service shop for all of your tractor pulling needs. Established in 2011, Lemke has grown to offer a broad assortment of tractor pulling parts. Robbie started out producing parts for his father's pulling tractor when he was just in high school. Very gifted young man. We're happy that they're here. Lemke Motorsports offers parts and service, and they can assist a tractor puller to perform at their best. A tip of the hat to Wisconsin's very own Lemke Motorsports.
Dean Halicki is lined up on the infield track. Waterville, Minnesota's killing time. Ready to go. 350 is our lead in the class. 350 being the alleged full pull distance, but we're trying to go for, as we said, floating distance tonight, floating finishes all the way around. So we run until they shut them down.
Yep, that's a good point to make. Our flagmen will look, make sure that when they don't see that momentum going forward anymore, they're digging in. That's when they'll flip that red flag. Or if there's a problem with the tractor, we'll signal it as well.
Planning on that.
It's like I knew right where to stand here, about 375 feet.
Wow. Oh.
79, 960. You're right. You gauged that just exactly right. Wow.
That's pretty impressive. As I said last night, number 8, he had 7 wins over his career in the semi division with the Mother Trucker.
Right.
And obviously now the John Deere 8320R. And I'm not going to move. I'm going to stand right here. And now I know where There's a speaker directly across from me. The front of the sled's going to have to go past it, and we'll have a pretty good idea where we are.
There you go. That'll work.
Our human distance marker.
Yes.
Dodge, Wisconsin. The code red is 73 IH 1066. Boy, what a classic look that is. The 1066. Tom Passow coming up next.
It's neat to be back in Tomah, Wisconsin, and have a full crowd here with us again, guys. We want to encourage all of you to go to ntpapoll.com. You can learn more about the upcoming schedule and go to the live results feature. We do our best to keep you updated with our top leaders
Slipping at the very end there, but a pretty good effort. Again, our leading distance 3:38.2. $3:10.115. Well, we'll put him in unofficially in fourth, I guess. Fifth. Oh, because there's another 3:10.
Yes.
The Papa's Itch 3:10.4. The code red 3:10.1.
Dr. Deere out of Lancaster, Wisconsin. That's Jeff Ball, the driver's seat. Gentle breeze blowing tonight. Going to be a beautiful evening for competition. Good to have all of you here. Make sure you visit with our 50-50 drawing people. They have the orange striped vests on. We gave away some money this afternoon. We're going to do it again this evening. A big thanks to all who contribute. There's usually only one winner, although what did we give away last night, Doc? 3? I think we gave away 3, didn't we?
I don't remember, but we gave away 1,100 this afternoon.
Yes, I know. So you can buy them $1 a piece, 6 for $5, or find that big, tall guy sitting next to you and get a wingspan, one fingertip to the other for $20. Bargain of the day. Dr. Deere ready to go.
Came in number 3 in the points as we entered this weekend from Ellsworth here to Tomah in the Region 3. Now, we talk a little bit about region competition. Obviously, this is a regional points class that we run with the NTPA. There's a Region 2.
About 110, then put his foot firmly on the floor.
Yep,
never
flat,
moved it.
flat.
Never moved it.
Well, that's the problem. You steer with your feet in these classes, and a lot of times you'll overthink it or hit too much, and that just scrubs a lot of distance off. Not too bad on that particular hook, though.
335, 320, which is good enough for a number 3 spot right now.
Don't forget to stop by Hot Shot Secrets. They're giving away free samples of their fuel additive everyday diesel treatment. That and the wide range of Hot Shot Secret products are available at O'Reilly Auto Parts, Tractor Supply, Amazon, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Oh, look at that. Blue Bayou, a Ford New Holland, 8560. Alan Keyes, Burlington, Wisconsin. I'm sorry, Andy Keyes. So we get a little blue color here in the Super Farm. And the old Iron Man puts the stop right down on him in our Super Farm class. $302-420, 302 and 4.
Super Farm limited to a 3-inch turbocharger, or what they call literally a box charger off of the shelf, 3-inch in and 3-inch out. Where we're dealing on the other side, we're dealing with a limited pro stock with a 4.1 in and a 4.5 out. You can see the difference that just that much air makes in the machine.
You know, turbocharging is coming an extreme amount. I mean,
exactly.
You look at the pro stocks, you know, 10,000 pound, one turbo, any size.
Yeah.
That was the dominant setup for there. And I tell you, since that time, we have added, I mean, the pro stocks were the pro stock class. We got a 5.0 class, a light pro, a 4.1, a limited pro. And all of that really because of turbocharging, quite honestly. And you made a key point there, the amount of air you're able to pass through there. That's why you think, well, just a 0.5 there, the inlet and the outlet's that much different. Well, even a automotive guy with a supercharged engine will tell you, you need that air in there. You need to make it go to work for you.
Broadhead, Wisconsin is home to John Meyer Jr. Lining up with this one called the Meyer.
One of those passes you love to see in the 100th anniversary of the Farm All.
Yes, exactly right.
See on our replay board there. Nice control, RPM's perfect. But our automatic human distance marker has moved.
How are we supposed to know?
I don't know.
362 and 10 for John Meyer.
Wow.
362.
And that doesn't lead your class, does it?
No, it does not. 379 leads it.
Okay.
The opportunity to eat a barbecue sandwich arose, so
Oh, absolutely.
I took it real quick.
That's what you got to do. That's why Wisconsin, and that International Harvester just gets started. 14 years of pulling there. .305.01. 305.01 for Colton. And that should bring up our Binder Express, I do believe.
Looking at the instigator on the infield side, and
well, that'll line up good.
Yeah. Bill Figgenbaum out of Tripoli. Brett Lannerud, John Coots, Chris Ashelman, Jerry Martin. Names that you know and recognize coming out of the entire class here, with a class of 26 of our 4-1 limited pro stocks. A regional national competition as well.
The first year that we ran Super Farm here at Tomah, this gentleman coming trackside in the limited pro was your winner. I believe that goes back to 03 in Super Farm, and he was your winner, Bill Figgenbaum. He'll come back to the starting line now with the instigator John Deere.
Bill's been one of those staples in the sport. Doesn't make any difference what is new and different. He's willing to try it. Let's see if it'll work. See if it's something we can utilize and expand on. And he's proven himself right time and time again. So good to have him here.
Not unusual for a lot of different pullers over the years to switch to another class. You think it's maybe no big deal, but they'll tell you, you know, a light pro, a little bit different in Super Farm. Driving is different. But old Bill Figgenbaum, he knows all those nuances to pulling. Binder Express will be over on the Super Farm side.
You can see him doing right there what we have not seen a lot of them. They've been sneaky about it. Them, they won't grab instantly. They'll feather in, and he used them twice. Once before he crossed 100 and once before he crossed 200. Just feathered it just a little bit, kept it squared up where he needed to be. Job well done, Bill.
Tough break over here on our Super Farm side, and Schulte, the Binder Express, was going to drop, but he is scratched for the rest of the performance. So up next will be the Twisted Deer out of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Corey Fritz coming up.
Taking bombs distance at 3:47.58, 3:47 and 58 cents on the right-hand side. Bring up Brett Litterud.
Well, the Fritz family and the Twisted Deer, John Deere, they have been very, very tough throughout the state of Wisconsin. And we've talked about it several times over the course of the weekend already. What a wonderful state of pulling. The competitors from the state of Wisconsin are having a great, great weekend already. Two-wheel drive win, a light super win, a mini modified win last night. And certainly this gentleman right here on the starting line would like to keep that streak going.
.326 and 9 for the Boscobel Twisted Deer. That'll put him right now in fourth.
Mother's Nightmare, and you wonder where the names come from.
Yeah.
I've got a pretty good idea on this one. Brent Latterud out of Austin, Wisconsin. You can put all kinds of stories together. Most of them would probably be pretty close.
Our friends from Pico are back. This is their 28th year of involvement with the National Tractor Pullers Association. Central Petroleum, a company that has over 112 years of existence. They produce specially formulated high-quality heavy-duty components for heavy-duty equipment. Now, whether you're pulling, hauling, trucking, over-the-road or farm equipment, Sempico lubricants provide you with the highest level of protection with longer drain intervals, less wear, saving you time and money. And they have lubricated, that's the right term, a number of champions. Sempico specialty products, 100% American made. You can find them right here in Tomah.
Awful close to 350 down there.
Yeah, he's right in the thick of that range, no question about it. You think about where the G-force was at the very first hook. Dean Halicki, of course, has made his way out here a little bit farther, about 380 feet almost.
And Brent goes 351 and 9. Good enough for third place at the present time. Good run by Brent.
If you've been with us this weekend, folks, then you know obviously that we've been talking a lot about track conditions and about the warm weather that we've experienced here. The track crew, phenomenal job, as we have heard from several of the competitors over the course of the weekend already. And that's not an easy task, especially when it is so dry. So they tore this track completely apart, started back fresh, and rebuilt it over the afternoon after our two-wheel drive class finished around 4:30, 4:45, something around there, and in session number 2. So very, very good job. Kudos to our track crew, and obviously they don't get a very big break in between these sessions.
The Blue Bayou 2. Mark Schultz out of Hartford, Wisconsin, coming up. 69 Ford 8000. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, blue ticket from this afternoon. Yes, $1,150 has not been claimed.
Ooh.
So if your blue ticket from this afternoon, which I know everyone saved,
oh yes, everybody,
is 227022. Now, respectable run here at Tomah. .307 at 370 for the Blue Bayou. Hardest working guy on the grounds right there. Dave, Sampico Dave. Do you ever just stand still for like 20 seconds, or are you just constantly moving? Gotta move, gotta move. Thanks for being a part, man. Congratulations on 28 years with us here. Of course, our friends from Sampico will bring you the National Championship pulling, and we run it hard, we protect it. That's Team Sampico.
Digging Deer sitting on the line right now, ready to spool up. Don Coons. The box as it moves forward. 14,000 pounds that's moving forward in the box itself.
Another guy that goes back to the roots there in the super farm category for many, many years, but he is a tough runner, former state champion here in Wisconsin in our 4-1 class, and he's going to go out here probably 355 to 358. We'll see somewhere in that range.
.352, 145 for the Digging Deer. 352, 145 to the right.
Certainly look down there the list, of course, to see who's coming next. And last night's runner-up, guy that's kind of been on a roll here in 2023, coming in next. That's Chris Ashleman with Digging for a Living. That'll be on the limited pro side. We get ready to go to the super farm side now.
Wonder if Chris ever got out of the doghouse yesterday.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we tried.
What a difference a day makes.
Yeah, that's right.
Red Resurrection coming up next is 78 International 1486 out of Redland, Iowa. Andy Schultz coming up. 24 years of pulling. Again, a super farm class, relatively new in the history of pulling overall, but a really competitive class. He'll tighten the chain here and go to work. He's number 12 on a 21.
time off of the line.
Nope.
Lit it, and let's go.
Now remember, we're going to have to come a really long way out here. Dean Alicki at 379 feet. And that's basically going to go past the front of the sled's got to go past our final board there, I guess, on the grandstand side that you see on the wall over there. That's just about how far he's going to have to go. Chris Ash on the starting line now. We're reaching about the halfway point, nearing the halfway point of our class in the 4-1 limited pro stock tractors. Unlimiteds to follow here on the infield side. 4x4 trucks, the diesel coming, I believe, on the grandstand side next behind our super farm.
But you can hear that charger spool up. You knew it was working like it was supposed to, but a little different. $351 and a quarter. 351, 25 to the right. Jerry Martin will be up next. Big thanks to Quick Trip, 3 24/7 locations in Tomah, welcoming everyone, the VIP booth, pullers and fans. They're sponsoring all of that and helping us out a big time. So if you want to, Doc, you said this, you went past last night and said, I got to have something to stop at Quick Trip and grab the sandwich. Always available.
Oh,
always available.
I neglected to tell you that in addition to the hamburger that I got, which was excellent cheeseburger, by the way, I also got a, I think, it was a dozen of blueberry donuts.
There are none of those left, is there?
Oh, no, there's half of them.
Oh, good.
I couldn't resist. Impulse buy.
Yeah,
right up
and they knew that. They knew that when you walked in the door.
Put them right there, right where I'd walk in.
Alan and Doc, do you think that their sales and the chicken fingers went up last year after I pushed so hard to get everybody to go and buy a container of chicken fingers on our behalf?
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all, Miles.
Green flag is out right now as we bring you Bob Freiberger out of Cuba City, Wisconsin, the Outlaw Binder.
Horsepower. Got a significant more than that now.
A little bit more of an improvement there.
Exactly.
Doc and Alan, I'm not quite sure. I may have caught a glance here from the back here, but I'm pretty sure Randy the Macho Man is walking down the infield side for you guys to see as he makes his way there of WWF fame.
Not actually WWF, but
something.
Snap into a Slim Jim, I think.
Yeah.
That's certainly fair. Pretty neat. Welcome to Tomah. We're glad you're here to pull with us.
And we're glad the guy from Statesboro, Georgia made his way up here. Tracy Waters taking some great photos here. Where do those photos end up? Well, they end up in the Pull Championship Guide. It's the year-long yearbook. You've been around pulling for a while. You know about the Pull. That's what we used to have for our souvenir yearbook. Great photos, great write-ups, and it captures all the NTPA national champions throughout there. It's on sale at the NTPA merchandise stands right here on the grounds of Tomah.
John Deere 5020. Jerry Martin in the driver's seat, Bucyrus, Ohio. No name on it. He figures that John Deere 5020 works for him. One-time Deere film now.
start looking at these results, and from number 3 to number 7 now, after that run right there, he's going to be around 348, 349 is my guess. We are really packing there very tightly. John Coots is number 3 at 352.145, and I'm going to bet we're going to go somewhere around number 6 or 7 with that run right there.
348.81 cents to the right. 348.81 for Jerry Martin.
So Dean Halicki, your leader at killing time. He went 379.960.
Yeah.
That's one of our top 5 pulling distances of the weekend. And based on official measurement that we kept, that might be the longest one. Obviously, Bryce Pickler on the grandstand side, I think, was 377 maybe this afternoon, or right around there.
Believe you're correct.
You know, we did have Bethany Nelson over here on this side this afternoon in the two-wheel drive side, but we ended up resetting the sled, and that was out past 390 feet. And then Brandon Simon did a really big pass last night as well on the mod side, up to 380 or so. So, you know, in terms of official hook, 379.960. He is your leader. John Meyer Jr. with the Meyer Performance R&D entry. He is number 2, 362.100. And John Coots currently number 3 with the Diggin' Deer at 352.145.
And that Dean Halicki killing time at 379 is like the average of what he used to do in the super semi class.
I was thinking the very same thing. We'll see the super semis. That will be the last class on the infield tonight.
Black Stallion coming up, the 1985 case, 2294 out of Granton, Wisconsin. Dean Jacoby, dairy farmer. And Black Stallion galloping all the way down there, giving it everything he's got.
And that run might shake our order up just a little bit. I think he had to work the brake pretty hard to stay on the good side of that white line with the 2294. But your leader is Finch. New attitude at 338.230. Roy Hardy, he was our first puller at 334.600. And then Jeff Larson, the hot wire, 329.470. Roy was second hook, I'm sorry. He is currently in that number 2 spot. Jeff Larson, number 3 at 329.470. Corey Fritz, 326.920. And then that's, of course, we go back about 15 feet or so to number 5.
And in the number 5 spot is the guy they just pulled, the Black Stallion, 325.3 for Denny Jacoby. He is your new number 5, and that knocks the Papa's Itch down a notch. Alex Newman out of Norwalk, Wisconsin. What's new will be coming up next on the Super Farm side.
Chris Feller, Waterloo, Wisconsin's a wild buck, in place on the infield track. Stand corrected. This is Adam Stevens, slow ride out of Shannon, Illinois. Yes.
Yeah, he had to correct it pretty firmly there at the very, about that 310 foot mark or so. He was trying pretty hard to let it just gradually come over towards that chalk line and not have to steer it with the brake, but he did.
Adam Stevens with a 327, 375.
It sticks him down there in 13th spot, man.
Yeah, that's right.
A run like that, you think top 5, but super competitive class.
Not tonight.
To celebrate the 100 years of Farmall, Case IH is giving away a Case IH Farmall Utility 75C tractor and $15,000 cash money. Join the celebration and enter for your chance to win. Stop by our Case IH dealer on Monday or go to farmall100.com. No thanks.
At least you're polite about it.
I know. Our 50-50 raffle, they're wearing the orange vests here.
Yes.
And again, a reminder, this afternoon's money had not been claimed a couple of minutes ago. So
I see them over in the main grandstand area too. So they are around. Make sure that
I don't know why they're over there. The winning ticket's always on the on the pit
Seems
side.
like it. Yeah, seems like it.
I learned that years ago, guys. I always, you know, you want to support the local community. There's no question about it. But my dad used to always buy the tickets for the 50-50. And one particular year we were at an event and he won. And
HVAC service manager, it's Alex Newman. And what's new? Out of Norwalk, Wisconsin. First, you may see the Norwalk Lions walk around here. They've got a big event coming up. Little tractor pull action.
what was even more funny about that is he decided rather than just announce that he won, he decided to make a name up that
Yes.
won.
Oh, nice.
And when he made the name up, he used his last name, but not his first name, as if we were in a new town where Krieger was really a popular name by any means at all, which it was not. So it was blatantly obvious and clear that he had won the 50-50 that night. Now, in his defense, he did buy cheeseburgers after the show for a whole lot of people.
There you go.
Our friends from Simpico are making some noise down here, throwing some can huggies. If you're interested, let Mr. Stevens know, as he can throw those right out there. Mr. Stevenson, obviously involved, as Doc just talked to him a little while ago, our friends at Simpico.
330.085 for Scott Olson. 330.085.
I find this to be very interesting. On our Super Farm side, was the man who gave our invocation this weekend, Steve Yagi. Calls the Super Farm the Holy Smokes. John Deere 8410 out of Rochester, Minnesota.
Yeah,
Steve's
so
involved in trucking.
if you haven't seen Steve, this gentleman does a fantastic job driving. He was at the farm show. He was a region points last year and did a really nice job. And then additionally, you trace back to the roots of this tractor here, and you can go back to the Connie family in the Super Farm class. So a good running machine coming your way, and obviously Steve, a good family friend of those folks from the Mack Trailer stables, as we bring out Holy Smokes now.
A John Deere 8410 of the Holy Smokes.
I'm pretty sure that it was either, Julia, obviously, she went out and ran really, really hard in Super Farm for a couple of years. And I'm pretty sure that this was one of the Connie tractors.
And the Connies, great supporters of NTPA pulling. One of the times that you'll see a competitor actually put their money where their mouth is, and Mr. Connie has done it a number of ways. When you drive up and down, you see Mack Trailers. He's the man behind all that. And I tell you what, they are one of just the stellar trailer companies. They make all kinds of trailers, custom design items. They have a parts network, they have a sales network all over the place, and just good people to start with as well. We'll see them in the Pro Stock class. Don't forget that last name, Mike Connie, the Connies, and Mack Trailer. Well, holy smokes. Probably just waiting. Green flag is out. Got to finish up his prayers.
Pulling tight on those belts over there. You can see him getting ready. He's strapping himself in, and we're getting ready to build up some boost and run hard here with this John Deere. He's capable. There's no question about it. He has been a very quick study and very, very tough in the Super Farm division since he got this tractor out.
Wow, listen to that move. Minnesota, Steve Yagi and the holy smokes at 84-10. Fear the Deer coming up next. Wayne Lamoureux. .334 and 9. 334 and 9.
Farm, Wisconsin. Scott Nordby, the driver.
The Holy Smokes tractor, 334 and 9. 334 and 9. That'll put him in second place, knocking the Gold Digger down just one notch. 334 and 6 was Roy's distance in the Gold Digger. 334 and 9. 3/10. And Lamoureux coming up next. Talk about another family with roots in pulling, and then they've extended that into their business in a different way a little bit. Good folks at Ag Protect One and Premium Crop Insurance. Now they offer specialty insurance products from motorsports to a wide range of crop insurance as well. You know, those ever-changing markets, they can help you find the best product for your needs. Talk to someone today or visit agprotect1.com and premiumcropins.com as well for more information. March family, who's Ron, just inducted the NTPA Hall of Fame last year. Good folks out of Ohio. Again, they've been involved in pulling and modifieds, a whole bunch of different classes for a lot of years.
Well, Wayne Lamoureux coming in here next on the John Deere on the Super Farm side. And this guy he's run everywhere you can think of. He's run on the regional level. He has gone out and run Grand National in Super Farm, and really kind of started things off running with another organization for a while, and then really kind of jumped back in here with the NTPA, and has really been loyal to the region level when he wants to run. And I don't know if he's still actively working, but used to be very involved in the local grocery there in his home area, Boone.
He has retired from Fairway.
Well, good on him for that point, no question about it. But a great man in this sport, and I have always enjoyed being able to catch up with Wayne and his family.
Wayne, 24 years at the business here, and as you mentioned, he's a wide range. You'll see him everywhere from a regional hook over the years to coming up to the Grand National level here in Tomah and Bowling Green as well. Fear the Deer, John Deere 8110. Wayne's going to campaign. Handful of Super Farms left, then we will go to our Super Stock 4x4 truck class. Oh, and that's a big in there, a lot of great names. And then on the other side, we'll go to our Pro Stock entries as well, 22 of those. And boy, you just glance at it, a number of national champions. Highly competitive classes here on a Friday night at Tomah, Wisconsin.
And Doc and Alan, getting to be a part of the panel over there with our folks from Full Pull and the Full Pull app. I have a couple of things I want to make sure to remind you of as we get ready to start the Unlimited class. It is perfect time for them to go and watch. Maybe 5 or 6 or 7, and some of them might be, modified tractors who have stepped up Some might be, you know, guys who really haven't been fully committed to run that Grand National circuit, but occasionally pop in and run the event. But you look right now at what's currently on that list, and it's a list of heavy hitters. This might be, as we were talking, one of the most tough and most difficultly compiled competitors of 13 in the unlimited class coming out here shortly. So it's my public service announcement to all of you as well to go ahead and get earplugs, as five engines singing in song coming down the track here on the infield side will be quite loud.
Good call, Miles. Good call. Yes.
3:15-1 for the Fear of the Deer. That puts it down there right at about 7th place.
The Adrenaline Rush out of Hammond, Wisconsin awaits the green and gets it on both ends of the track. Good all the way down to the very end.
Well, Mike Sather and Matt Lindstrom take turns driving this Adrenaline Rush entry, the MX M190, and they have obviously our team members with Kevin Lindstrom, and Kevin comes out here a little bit later. I think he is actually last hook of the class here tonight, and he's a guy who has multiple wins in the limited pro category here at the Dairyland Super National event presented by our friends at Budweiser. So you know, they'll take some of that data right there. Obviously he was shaking his head before he even finished burning the tractor, and he was shaking his head. So they may have tried something that didn't quite, or he may have just been a little upset that he didn't quite get as far as he was hoping. But obviously, multiple tractor teams have really been very beneficial over the years.
Rolling a John Deere out on the Super Farm side, the Budweiser lane over there on the grandstand. Landscaper by trade, I'm hooked. 71 John Deere 4320 out of Black Earth, Wisconsin. Burn my hose. Many of our competitors here striving, of course, to get a win here or a points title, but many of them will tell you they hope to get their invitation to the Enderley Pull-Off. That's NTPA's all-star event, Champaign County Fairs in Urbana, Ohio, Saturday, September 16th. We pull a lot of competitors, 24 divisions across Grand National and a regional national top 5 qualifying, battling out for over $100,000 in prize money. That's Urbana, Ohio, Champaign County Fairgrounds, Saturday, September 16th. For details, go to allstarpoll.com. The Enderley Pull-Off, an all-star, all-American event. .303.60 for Vern in the I'm Hooked.
Sibling rivalry. Says it all, really. There's not much more I need to say. Coming out of the great state of Nebraska, one of your homies there, Doc. Daley Paulson.
Yeah, Daley does a fantastic job wheeling the family's John Deere Limited Pro.
Yes.
And under the watchful eye of Dad as he backs her to the starting line. They also run a light super stock. That tractor was in competition today with Brent Payne doing the driving.
Right.
A little bit earlier this afternoon as he has built and helped work with the components of that tractor and getting everything obviously together with the engine configuration there from GMS. So he was in the saddle today. But last minute discussion here for Dad. He's going to climb up and give her a final word of advice. I believe last night she finished up right around the top 10, right around 10th spot or so. And I'm glad to have them here with us out of the state of Nebraska.
sounded differently. It sounded a lot more than it gave us out there on the track. Nice run. .333 and a double nickel to the right. .333 and a double nickel for Haley. It sounded good. I mean, it was like I said, a deep-throated rumble to the power plant that we haven't heard from some of the others. We talk about some of the others, you can feel the vibration as they come past. This one, you could hear it. It was a little different.
She has been, one of the young ladies who really kind of carried the banner in the organization she runs, primarily with out through the state of Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa. And they have been very, very tough. They've kind of developed a whole program around the youth and the young men and women that are really coming on board. And she's been a great ambassador for young ladies who want to just step into this sport. She was at the farm show years ago and did a very nice job driving this John Deere 4430. So I think we're going to stay in the state of Nebraska here, or be pretty close with Mr. Deck coming our way here shortly as well.
The Super Farm Track, 1971 International 766. Jeffrey Martine out of Stratford, Wisconsin, calls this the Hustler. Jeff's a mechanic by trade and has been pretty good around the region. Also qualified for the Enderley in the past. So let's see what he's got for us tonight here as he brings home that 71 International 766. Calls it the Hustler. Interesting to watch as they get to that top end and the box starts to go on the Ironman sled. .317 and some change there. 08, 317.08. That'll put him in 7th place. What's interesting, those tires just kind of slow down.
Isaac Conway, the Operation Detonation machine. The breeze has died a little bit. Exhaust starting to hang a little lower behind the starting line than it has been. Isaac Conway.
Well, he's right around that 350-foot mark again, 348, 349, somewhere in that range, where we have really started to put our tractors between that, 3rd and, say, 8th or 9th spot now, probably even 10th.
Your judgment is good as always. Miles, 349 and 63. 349 and 63.
He left a pretty nice sized pile of dirt there behind him. And certainly our guys down here on the big end of the track are working to try to keep filling those holes in. We're doing that on the limited pro side. Be anxious for us to come out and really see what we do when we have the unlimiteds here, shortly.
On the Budweiser side, the son of a hitch. International 1066, Mike Jelly out of Belleville, Wisconsin, an ag mechanic. Got a repair shop there. Been pulling for a couple of years. So we'll see what he can do with this 1066.
Bring our first super stock 4x4 up into the wing as well. So not too far away from concluding that Super Farm class. If you're top 3, remember we will need you in front of the Kenny Mack Tower for our interviews and trophy presentations of the top 3 competitors of each class here this evening. We conclude our 4-1. And that, of course, will take care of the weekend, as we will present not only our awards for tonight's session, but we also present the Winner of the Weekend award, and that is another trophy sponsored throughout the weekend for each of our individual classes. This morning we got to present Top Crew awards, and we appreciate all of those sponsors that have jumped on board to help with those awards.
Talk about all the people that have jumped on board. You don't realize how many it takes to do something like this, and they'll start planning next year on Monday. I mean, it's that quick. They turn around and things to do.
Mike Jelly, 314.350 for the son of a hitch. Torrey Keefe up next, the Hooterville Hustler, and as Miles just alluded to, and then we'll get into our Superstock Diesel 4x4. That's going to be a big, big class.
And Alan wanted Brian Deck standing right down here next to me. I couldn't quite figure out how this. Gage Ott is doing the driving. Okay, I didn't have that note on my list, but here he.
I did.
Well, obviously you're in the know. They give you those notes for sure.
Yep. Gage is a hired shoe tonight.
He is the main mechanic right there.
Yep.
For the family.
Something right. He knows how to make it run, doesn't he?
He's got championships behind him right there.
Gage Ott driving for Brian Deck. 346 and 60 cents to the right. 346 and 6.
Yeah, we've had several. You start to look back, you watch the screen, and you keep thinking, man, what could you possibly change? And I don't think there's anything that you can change. I think that just further illustrates that Dean had a monster pass. I mean, just a phenomenal run with that John Deere. And for those folks that know him, I'm sure they'd hate seeing him roll into all these events that he's going to be at.
Exactly.
You used to see everyone smiling, and then it was a semi-polar, and then when they'd see his rig come in, they just kind of like, oh no.
Here we go.
The smile would go away. And again, as I mentioned, his distance here was reminiscent of what he used to do in the Super Semi class.
Right.
Hooterville Hustler up next is 72 International 1066. A trucker by trade, and Torrey comes in. I do believe this may be his first year. Always interesting to see someone that comes in and comes up to the big stage here at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals.
Well, there's only one way to get there.
Yep.
And you got to start. You got to have that starting point, regardless of where that is. You know, nobody got to the top without starting somewhere. So hopefully, you know, those folks that have often watched on the big screen, and we get to talk to them in the winner's circle, and you see the tears and emotion come from them, you realize that this isn't something that just started this morning.
Absolutely, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. So we're going to wish man from Stewartsville, Minnesota, all the best here. Hooterville Hustler putting the finishing touches on our Super Farm class. Wow.
And we talked, Doc and Alan, about our top crew awards. Those are presented and voted upon by the folks from the NTPA, and I guess maybe the Monroe County Ag Society. They help as well. This is your top crew award winner for Limited Pro Stock. We got to present him a trophy, and They each get a tow rope, and they're getting some products from our friends from Angry Farmer. So pretty neat deal for them to be selected. And this is James Geezy coming our way right now with the Hicktown Hurricane. But as I said, he was the Top Crew Award winner, and his team with us this morning for a presentation of our Top Crew 441. Times on the break there, Alan, a couple times.
Yep, he was walking him, but it started to drift a little bit, and he didn't really have to work that hard, but he was ready if necessary.
Torrey Keefe in the Hooterville Hustler goes 3:21 and 3. That's good enough for 7th place. That's pretty good in a class of 21. Our top 5: Corey Fritz, the Twisted Deer, 3:26 and 9. 4th, Jeff Larson, the electrician in Highwire, 3:29 and 4. Roy Hardy, the Gold Digger, 3:34 and 6. Steve Yagi, the Holy Smokes, 3:34 and 9. And Gary Svich in the New Attitude, 3:38.2. Good class there, and we are going to go 4x4 pulling here coming up.
Handful of our 4-1s yet to run.
Check.
Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll wrap that class up and move to our Unlimiteds. And if you don't have your earplugs, may we suggest you have a couple minutes to get them. Both sides, the NTPA merchandiser on both sides of the track, behind the grandstand and behind us out here. We can do that. We now have to have people off of the grandstand track, please. You're still in competition on the other track. No people on the grandstand track. No. I don't know what part of no you don't understand. With an active track to your left or your right, depending which way you're walking, you do not be on the track. Thank you. The Red Express, the High Maintenance, the Badger Deer, the Mean Farmer, and the Hyper Harvester yet to run at our 4-1 class. You notice we talked about the tire size in this particular class, turning a 24.5 32s. Hitch height at 30 inches, or 20 inches rather, same as we've been running the tractor classes, but the narrower tires. You've been watching 30.5 32s all weekend long until we got to this class, and they're the narrower 34.5 or 24.5 32. The first one of the diesel is ready to go, Doc. Looking at you.
Absolutely, the cross-wired ride out of Warrenton, Missouri. It's Keith Witt. And our super stock diesel four-wheel drive truck class, weighing up to 7,500 pounds. Engine must be available in a 1-ton or smaller truck, limited to 460 cubic inches. May be turbocharged in up to 2 stages. Diesel, the only fuel of choice for these guys. Right. And we give them a little break there. 26 maximum drawbar hitch for our super stock diesel four-wheel drive trucks. Test puller coming out of the 8, Keith Witt.
And Keith has added a second truck to the stable and has stepped up. You know, you think about all of our kind of progression of classes.
Dodge 2500 down there in the mark to beat. As our test puller, he'll be able to take that or drop down in the class. They're a 9870 for Keith. And again, as the test puller, we'll see if he takes that or drop into the class. He accepts it right there. We are underway in our diesel 4x4 class.
The Red Express under green flag now out of Winnebago, Illinois. Jordan takes over the driving chores. Green light is on. It's all in his ballpark right now. See what you got going.
Our thanks to the good folks at Wilton Hardware, open Monday through Sunday for all your home and farm rental and last-minute supplies.
$339, $193, $3.9 and 19 cents to the right. The Red Express.
We've got a couple of multi entries, as Miles mentioned. Keith Witt and the crosswire to 309.8. He'll take that. He'll come back in the number 7 hook position with American Pride. That's his second. Our puller up next, Todd Dugan out of Bladensburg, Ohio. The Angry Farmer Penetrating Spray. It's a great, great product, and this is the first of his 2. He'll bring out the Angry Shine Ride in the 8th position.
Yeah, so this gentleman went from not having a pulling vehicle to owning 3.
Yeah.
Really, really quickly. And he didn't just go buy your average Joe. He went and bought some really, really good pulling pieces, which made a big difference for him. And then he just kind of had to have the learning curve. Driving one of these is not, you know, you truly listen, you truly watch, and we aren't really fully engaged and on full throttle on some of our tracks until 150, 200 feet. With these trucks, as we're trying to get all 4 tires to bite, and we're trying to get that rear end to sit behind us there and not bounce out of the hole. So this is the first of 2 he will pilot, and this is the former Atlee entry of Carl Atlee that he had for years. We bring him to the starting line now. Of course, this is the first of those 2, as he said. And we thank our friends from Angry Farmer. We encourage you to make your way to the Midway tomorrow if you're here with us, or this evening yet. They're selling all kinds of
Now is the Angry Farmer. There's that little learning curve, and he's run pretty stout, but right now it looks like for this season he may have a good combination. The first of 2 trucks here for Todd Dugan.
Yeah, about 160, 165, 70 feet. He was fully engaged there. As you know, you kind of drive through that sort of bounce period, and then you really start to call more and more on the horses. And he did a fantastic job piloting that penetrating spray entry. And his shine entry will be out just a little bit later. It's the Chevy variety. And then I told you he bought 3. They actually bought a super modified 4 as well that he had as well, that is you know, wrapped up with the Angry Farmer livery. I don't believe they're utilizing it in any kind of pulling capacity whatsoever.
Down and says, I'm going for the end, and does.
On our diesel side, the entry for Todd Dugan is your leader, 341.8. 341.8. That's a big distance right there coming up for the rest of our class to chase after. Up next, Kent Crowder in the Scheid diesel entry out of Attica, Indiana.
Did you see how fast that chalk line came up on him?
Yeah.
He was hauling the mail across track, no question about it, and just continued to let it kind of go. You got to look at all that momentum. But if we get down here onto the big end of the track, look how quick that chalk line comes. He is getting there, and oh boy.
348, 835. 348, 835 for Bill Smith.
How's our 86-year-old birthday boy on Monday doing? Wes, you doing still good over here? Hanging in there, bud? Wes Cope was celebrating his 86th birthday, or 87th birthday, I guess, coming up. Been coming to the pool since the 80s. Happy to have him here and celebrating his birthday. Kent Crowder up next, the Scheid Diesel Dodge Ram 3500. Kent works for Scheid Diesel in their research department. Talk about, you know, back in the 90s, we didn't even pull any diesel trucks. But since that time, got a number of different diesel categories here. And Kent Crowder and the folks at Scheid Diesel kind of responsible for ushering in an awful lot of pulling technology here.
Yeah, they've got an active dyno and certainly utilize it quite regularly. He also works with a data acquisition system, which we've talked about several times throughout the weekend, but that is something that a lot of our pullers are relying upon. They want to be able to study and lay one run on top of the other. They can put historical data on top of each other. If you want to look at yesterday afternoon or yesterday evening's run versus tonight's run here in the 4-1 class, you can do that and comparatively look at where you were on your horsepower peak and mile per hour and that sort of thing, which I haven't talked to a whole lot of people, but Nathan Hoffman told us last night in his interview that he got to about 37 mile an hour in the mini class. And,
wow.
And that's
it's amazing.
That's hauling it.
Kent will be patient and build that boost before he lets that clutch on. Here we go. You know, you heard the little chirp going on there, and he just stayed with it. Got about to 150, then it started to squat and make some power. .334.27, 334.27. That'll put him in second place behind Todd Dugan's Angry Farmer penetrating spray. Eric Stacy on the way next.
Top three in the 4-1 right now. Dean Halicki sitting on top with a 379. Has not been seriously challenged. John Meyer with a 362 and 10. And John Coots with a 352. 145 is third. So anything over that, 352, will mess up our top three. But right now, we'll watch Casey Lear, the Badger Deer out of Reed. Tagged the brake at about 200 and then put his foot on the floor. Not going to touch it again. Didn't need to. Didn't need to.
I want to give you one more last opportunity to go to Full Pull, the Full Pull app and Full Pull US for your opportunity to submit your guesses. Completely live opportunity there, and it's free for you. A chance to win several classes here, but as we get ready to go in the unlimited class here shortly, it's time for you to lock in those bets or your guesses, let's say, coming very shortly.
Yeah.
David Nowak, the Mean Farmer, up next on the infield, and followed by the Hyper Harvester of Kevin Lindstrom. We'll wrap up our 4-1 class. We'll reweight the wagon because we're going to need it for the unlimited class.
Eric Stacy comes up in the 06 Chevy 2500. He's in the flooring business. Two-time national champion, regional national champion, national farm machinery champion, Bowling Green champion. Eric's been very, very tough in his 23 years of pulling. He was working to dig it big time for Eric.
Yes, and you could hear the tires digging the dirt opposite, just working against each other almost. Nicely run.
334 and 4. 334 and 4 for Eric. Second spot. Wait a second.
What'd you find? I got the Mean Farmer lined up on my side of the track right now. If you'll let me run David Novak before you discuss what it is you discovered.
I discovered another one of these close finishes. Eric Stacy goes 334 and 4, and that'll knock out Ken Crowder, went 334 and 2.
Okay, there we go. David Novak.
That's what happens when you're a mean farmer.
That's right.
You always get good stuff happening.
That's right.
It's a good thing he's not pulling tomorrow night.
That's right.
Mean farmer. Actually, I know a couple of mean farmers.
$331 and 11 cents. $331 and 11. One more. Kevin Lindstrom, the Hyper Harvester, up next.
Hey, for a limited time, take advantage of the savings on select new Case IH compact tractors. No money down, no interest for 60 months. With ease of operation, Case IH tractors deliver the flexibility and durability your operation demands. This offer ends June 30th of this year. So stop by your local Case IH dealer on Monday and see the grow and gear yourself up for some great productivity in 2023. Our thanks to the good folks at Case IH, and we welcome Jim Magany and his wife Jenny here to Tomah. On behalf of Case IH and the National Tractor Pullers Association, we thank you for taking time to be here this weekend. Nick Gillett up next. The Top Shelf out of Fostoria, Ohio. Sorry, it's Nick Gillette. Does a little industrial fabrication, also a grain farmer. Nick's been pulling trucks for about 7 years. So Todd Dugan leads the parade at 341 and 8. Eric Stacy second, 334 and 4. Ken Crowder at 334 and 2. And the crosswire Keith Witt at 309 and 8.
I got to give that young man some props as he has started to gradually move up. We talked a little bit about that over there in the full pull area, but you start thinking a little bit about what they're doing and changing the configuration a little bit. They've got him comfortable with driving, and that's down there in the thick of it.
Yes.
Very, very
Nicely
close.
done.
Now we go to a couple-time winner here, and obviously, do we save the best for last, or does Mr. Halicki sweep the weekend and make it another win here? To his credit, which would be number 9 at Tomah. 7 semis and 2 limited pro. We'll see. We're going to settle the score. John Deere versus International. Right? give you my measurement where I was standing, but I think we're short.
Hey, well, Miles, I will tell you that young man you just gave praise to, Nick Gillette, goes 3:46.4. Your new leader in our diesel 4x4 class.
Congrats, buddy. Nice job. And they're a top crew winner as well. We want to highlight those guys that they're doing an awesome job. They're catching people's eye, obviously, with the presentation, not just inside of the truck, but their presentation with their crew uniforms and so on and so forth. And kudos. Kudos to them.
Well, Kevin didn't quite get the job done. You're right. You needed to be standing down there. 3:58.225. Good enough for a third place finish. Number 1 is Dean Halicki. Number 2, John Meyer. And that bumped John Coots to 4th place behind Kevin Lindstrom. So that's your top 4. We're going to reweight that wagon. We've got a lot of work to do before we bring in the Unlimiteds here shortly. John Coots finishing 4th. Brent Lennerud in 5th. Chris Ashelin in 6th. Mike Gerlach with the G-Force in 7th. Isaac Conway, Operation Detonation, 8th. Bill Smith in 9th. Rounding out the top 10, Jerry Martin out of Bucyrus with that John Deere 5020. That's your top 10. Top 3, you're going to come talk to Miles.
And Steve Yagi, I need you to make your way to the winner's circle, please. Steve Yagi, I need you to make your way to the winner's circle, please. We're going to go ahead and get started. MQ Roofing is our presenting sponsor of tonight's Super Farm Tractor class here in Tomah. And I get to give this award to my friend Gary. Sir, welcome back to Tomah. And while things may not have been going exactly like you hoped a week or two ago, they're on the right path now.
Yes, they are. And what a wonderful place for it to be on the right path. It's great to be here in Tomah again, and obviously big thanks to MQ Roofing for the money they put for the class and all the people that have anything to do with this event. It is just a spectacular.
That 2000 GMC Denali puts down a great pass.
Anybody else you want to thank?
Obviously, I know we're up for an award tomorrow, but anyway, mainly the competitors in the class, and I'm talking here and also the Grand National Circuit. I mean, anytime anybody has anything, they're right there to help. And I'll tell you what, that means a lot. But also thanks to all the fans that come out here, spend their hard-earned money to make all this stuff work. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Well, we're going to look right out here and take a photo real quick. And folks, give him a nice round of applause. He wins the Super Farm class tonight. He is the defending champion coming in here with our NTPA Grand National points race. So certainly the new Attitude team coming our way out of the state of Wisconsin.
Keith Witt coming up next in the American Pride Dodge Ram 2500. It's going to happen to you one day. Car won't start. Maybe you won't be able to help out. Maybe it's your wife and she's stranded. Whether you need a new starter, alternator, battery, visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Their professional can run starting and charging system tests to ensure the best fix for your car. My wife said she had problems with her battery in the car, and I said, well, and she said, what are you going to do about it? I go, does the car still run? She's like, yeah. I drive it over to O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's only 6 blocks away. And sure enough, they did the battery test, and voila, great mechanic that I am, she didn't need a new battery. I think it was a conspiracy just to raise my hackles. American Pride, Warrington, Missouri. Keith, a farmer. Wow, he's been in it a long, long time. Good looking ride. That 17 Dodge 2500. Nick Gillette continues to lead the top shelf. Todd Dugan in second at 341. Eric Stacy 334. Kent Crowder at 334.2. And Craig Dickey, the Cummins Killer 3. He's in fifth place at 316.5.
And Steve Yeage's here with me now. And Steve, congratulations, number 2 here this evening in our competition in the Super Farm class. Congrats.
Well, thank you. And again, you know, thanks for coming out, you guys. This grandstand looks awesome. All these people out here. And, you know, of course, I always thank God first for everything that happens in our life. Thank Mike Connie from Mac Trailer getting me into this and his family. And my crew chief, Clint Brown, he's been doing this his whole life, and it's paying off for us. My son, Jordan, and my lovely wife, Carol, down on the end, who doesn't like attention. So we should take
down a little bit. Water may be coming up on the track a little bit over there.
And that is a new entry, a new truck that they have just put together, the American Machine. And of course, out of the Show Me State, Warrington, Missouri, he calls home.
Fifth place for his efforts there at 3:32.2. 3:32.2 for the American Pride. Well, Todd Dugan's got an opportunity. He did lead the class at 3:41.8, but he'll bring up his second ride, the Angry Shine, coming up next. So we'll see if he's got some transfer of technology from the first hook to this hook coming up.
And if you'll come back to the winner's circle with me while we load the wagon for our unlimited class before things get really noisy, we're going to go ahead and conclude presenting the awards for our friends at MQ Roofing in the Super Farm class. I get to give number 3 tonight to Roy Hardy. And obviously, you said this is the first time out this season. You got to be pretty thrilled.
Well, absolutely. Yep, first hook for the tractor this year. First time I've driven since last year. So pretty excited. In Super Farm, that is the toughest class I think there is out there, and I'm feeling good.
Absolutely. Well, I also get to give you a $50 gift card from our friends at Quick Trip. We certainly appreciate all of their support this season, and that's something obviously you can use for snacks or fuel or wherever you decide.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I got to say some thanks. And sponsor was Soda Sand and Gravel. And a great big thank you to Mondovi Tractor, Chris and Greg and Bryce. We were busy playing farmer.
And obviously we love social media for so many reasons, but one of them obviously gives us a chance to chronicle things in the off season. Young man standing right out front, his dad strapped to the seat right there. These guys have absolutely
gutted that tractor. After last season, a whole lot of change, a whole lot of effort, a whole lot of time, sweat, tears, the whole deal has been put right back in here into that Screaming D entry with the hope of coming out here and sort of finding that mojo that they had in 2016 and 17 and 18. A little bit of that momentum that they need in order to kick things off here with the Screaming D. So former champion numerous times over, and two-wheel drive side also up here in the unlimited side. This is one we want to watch. And folks, if you don't have earplugs, we need you to get them, or make sure you cover yours in the
You mentioned social media-wise, been able to chronicleize that whole vehicle as it comes back through, and it's interesting to see just the frame that was there.
Yeah, we stripped it completely down and did a whole bunch of work to it. That right there is a problem with the power plant on the back right side there, closest to Chuck.
Exactly.
And not sure exactly what we may have had, but a little bit of flame, and obviously he and Kyle are going to look things over, and we'll probably have to drop. He gets to exercise his option, and obviously that is his choice.
He shows a distance of 100.615. Not lighting up for him, it just doesn't sound like it. So Chuck Knapp is elected to go to the bottom. He said, I think I can get this fixed. We'll find out. Billy Beers will be up next.
Tough break for Todd there in the Angry Shine Ride. If you would please put your hands together for him. He's recorded the lowest distance so far of the weekend. Now the update, Chuck Knapp there in the Screaming D. They're going to go back. They got an opportunity to work on things and then come back in here and pick it up at last. So.
And it's possible.
Yep.
They know they looked it over very quickly, analyzed it, said we can make this happen. Miles?
Yes, sir. We're going to turn our attention right back down here to the winner's circle. Our friends from Schultz Mortgage are the presenting sponsor. And you know what? Do you know who Schultz Mortgage is?
Yeah, I do.
I've heard about that guy. I know that dude. He gave me a coloring book today.
Yeah, I did. I got one too.
I don't know if I even ought to give him this microphone.
I don't think I would, but that's up to you, Miles.
You paid for it.
I get to announce with Alan Washburn.
Or Doc, or
Riley.
Miles.
You know, you're the only two adults that got the coloring books today. The rest of them was for the kids club. Welcome everybody to Tomah, Wisconsin. What a great night. Make some noise for just being here. So I'm a tractor builder and I do mortgages, and I'm building a new diesel super stock, and I need interest rates to come down. I need all of you to send me some business so I can have my new tractor here next year. That's why I sponsored the class. So if anybody needs a VA loan, a USDA loan, an FHA loan, a conventional loan.
I'm your guy. I'll get it back. But I actually have good people that do the work, Miles. I'm just a pretty face. So, Pete, what a weekend, buddy. What a weekend. What is it like? Miles has been bragging about you all weekend.
a great staff. Mac Trailers, any of the MTPA sponsors.
Awesome. Thank you, Dean. Congratulations. Way to go, Beth. Good job, guys. You should be proud of him. Are you proud? Are you proud?
On our diesel truck side, that's Carl Butler coming up out of Avondale, Pennsylvania, the One Nation Dodge 2500. We've got two left over there on the side.
Infield track is Billy Beers with the War Wagon. 5 power plants on board.
Talk about the lineage of that ride. It goes back with a great winning tradition. Get those cameras ready. The War Wagon's on the pit side. It's going next. And then we'll go hit our truck here in just a moment. The green flag will be out. Time to make some noise. Keep your eyes on the War Wagon.
It didn't feel right. He got out of it, but I'm not real sure where he was headed with that. The sideline, it looked like.
All right, we'll come down here to the winner's circle again, and I'll go ahead and present you with your trophy. He completely forgot to do that part, but here is a gift card for $100 from our friends at Quick Trip. I have already handed you a box of Hot Shot Secret, as well as a cooler, and in addition to all of that, you obviously are our points champion for the weekend here, and congratulations on behalf of our class sponsored by Quick Trip. You can complete the weekend with a sweep.
Yeah, awesome. We do need to thank Quick Trip and Hot Shot Secrets for sponsoring, and the Tomah group, Chris Shire, and all the officials and everybody that puts this place on. It's a great place.
Well, I think if my account is correct, this is number 9 then.
Well, let's keep coming back.
Absolutely. 9 wins is pretty awesome, folks. Let's give him a nice round of applause. He takes home the sweep this weekend in the 4-1 Limited Pro Stock Tractor class.
Carl Butler in One Nation, 320.4, 320.4. That'll put him in 6th spot, and that will bring up Justin Gerhardt out of Circleville, Ohio, the cream of the crop. He is our last competitor in our 4x4 class. And then it'll be Pro Stock Tractor time. The big guns will be rolling out here. We've got one more left, a little unfinished business.
Billy Beers elects to drop 6, or drop to the bottom, I'm sorry, drop to the bottom of the class back with 1 attempt at the end. So he thinks he can get his problem solved, and I don't think it was more engine as it was mindset coming off of the line. To be honest with you, I think that's what looking at. Adam Bauer will be up next to the cross-threaded to try to put a recorded distance in the books for the Unlimiteds.
The War Wagon. I think Billy's going to take exception to your comments. Or he will say, yeah, 100% right.
Well, I've got a 50-50 chance.
This may be before your time, Alan, but Paul Norman had the War Wagon.
I remember the name.
All over the place.
I remember the name.
He had an auto parts company that was his sponsor. I think they got bought out by O'Reilly's, but
could have been. Okay.
Way back in the day. The cream of the crop, Circleville, Ohio, Justin Gerhardt.
All-Pro, right? That's what
All-Pro, you're right. Yep. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, I remember those days of going up and down the road with him for all those, watching him go up and down. He was like the Richard Petty of our sport, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, well, we're going to come right back down here to the winner's circle as well, and we'll let Justin run here with the cream of the crop, and then obviously about that time we'll have a Hemi running, and it'll be really chaotic and it'll be fun. Okay, so how's that sound? But we'll run this cream of the crop entry. Justin certainly deserves that tough runner coming our way.
Distance to beat, 3:46 and 4. That's the top shelf ride.
But somewhere down there in that pit area is a young man jumping up and down with a whole group of people. That's pretty awesome, folks. Now we're going to come back here to our winner's circle. Jason and Schultz Mortgage are our sponsor of our limited pro stock class here this evening. And we get to give that award, of course, to the family and the Meyer Performance Entry. So congratulations, sir. Welcome to Tomah. We're glad to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you, Miles.
Nick Gillette, top shelf, 346.420.
Pot for the FFA raffle right now, $1,200. 50-50 pot is $1,200. We can do better than that. Oh, here's somebody you recognize. Adam Bauer with a cross-threaded machine out of Peyton, Iowa.
And Alan, look at the configuration we've got now. Yep. These guys went to work in the off-season as well. Folks, remember, this is our debut of the points season. Grand National for Unlimited here in 2023. In addition to that, we don't do a lot of practicing. There's not a place where we just show up and do some hot lapping or time runs like we might in drag racing. Nope, we got to come here in front of all of our friends in Tomah, Wisconsin to see whether or not that idea that we dreamed up works. So, under the watchful eye of CJ and Truckee, here comes Mr. Bauer with his cross-threaded entry and the new configuration. What we're trying to do, we're going to get weights to the front.
Well balanced. If you look at the torque on that, there was not the torque that we've seen on some of the others. 5 engines on it, about half of the torque.
Hey, CJ, is that about what you thought might happen?
He was happy.
He's got to be pretty thrilled.
346, 295, 346 with a 295. Now, when you try something new and it works that well, you've got to be pleased. Can you tweak it? Oh, absolutely. But you've got to be pleased. Lane Bollinger up next on board the Money Pit.
All right, we're going to come right back down here to the winner's circle, and we are going to make our trophy presentation to number 3 in our Schultz Mortgage Limited Pro Stock class here on Friday night, session number 3 of Tomah, Wisconsin. And Kevin, congratulations, sir. You're back here again.
Yeah, tell you what, this is an awesome place to pull. If anybody, I mean, I remember coming as a fan to watch this pull. To stand up here, it's really truly an awesome feeling. And to have my grandson here for the first podium, that's pretty cool.
Absolutely. Well, there's a whole lot of people that are working hard behind the scenes, and obviously with the tractor. Who do you want to thank tonight?
Well, first of all, I got to thank my family for supporting us, doing all this. And, I mean, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of dedication. I need to thank Hartz Diesel. They worked this week to get me some parts back to get going on the track. And Kevin Ilke, of course, for doing the dyno work. I mean, I can't think of Hypermax for parts and stuff. It's like Todd Flugel for doing the tires. I mean, there's just too many to thank, but most of all, it's my family, and the good Lord will give us a day to do this.
Absolutely. Well, I also get to give you a $50 gift card to our friends at Quick Trip. Congratulations on a good weekend.
Thank you very much, and thank you guys for doing what you do, and thanks, Jason, for doing sponsoring the class, and it's a great honor to be up here. Trust me, it is awesome.
We're going to take a photo. If you look out here closely, folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. Kevin Lindstrom, he goes number 3 tonight, driving the Hyper Harvester. Very tough class of 4-1 limited pro stock tractors. Alan, tell me again what that pull distance was so we have an idea what we're looking for here.
You mean on Adam? Well,
yes, sir.
346, 295.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, really, it was a beautiful pass. Laid it off to the left-hand side and stronger than I think he was anticipating it. And it started to drift a little bit on him.
Now, I challenged him a little bit last night with the idea of maybe we just need to go ahead and get one more win and break this tie.
Okay.
The tie that exists currently between him and Mr. Bill Voorhees. They both have 16 session wins here.
Right.
And 5 of those session wins for Adam were in the unlimited division.
Okay.
Now, we go back, he has won in 4 separate divisions here. Light unlimited, modified, unlimited, and in the mini division.
Okay.
And so then Bill, obviously, Bill Voorhees, he had 11 unlimited wins here. And obviously some mod and some pro stock wins mixed in there to get his 16. In addition to those guys, Gardner Stone had 7 unlimited wins here as well. So we start kind of digging down in there just a little bit. Dave Walsh had 6 of those wins. Tim Engler, LD Nation with 4. And then Rodalyn Knox, she had 3 here. So we talked last night, there have been 7 ladies who have won a session of competition here at the Budweiser Dairyland Super National event in Tomah, and obviously Rodalyn was one of those to do so. So unfortunately for Adam, obviously we're going to have to use the telehandler and lift the tractor up to get him off the track, but he and CJ will get back to work. And one of those things we always find are the weak links.
Exactly right.
Yep. So unfortunately you find them, and when you have 5 Hemis singing in song, there's a chance that you're going to find those weak links.
You mentioned Gardner Stone. That was back in the day when we had the unlimiteds, and it meant something different than it does now.
Now, so you might be able to give me even further depth because you're a historian yourself. 1977 is the earliest I found. That was 12,200 unlimited.
Yep.
Right.
So that goes back to 77.
And that was about the same time we had a 5,000 pound.
It started, there were 4 divisions of modified tractor pulling at that time. And Dan Mayer, obviously, with Pulling Reference, he's a guy who I rely on heavily for all these statistics that I'm constantly trying to dig into. Folks, also want to remind you, if you have not submitted your final picks for our full pull competition in the Pro Stock class, now is your absolute opportunity. If you have not done so, it's the last chance as we fire up that first Pro Stocker, bring them trackside here, and man, are we getting ready to go. How about it? Are you ready to go? Pro Stock pull and Tomah, let me hear you. Unlimited's on this side, Pro Stock's on that side. Is this a utopian world?
Oh my God. And right off the bat, the Get Her Done deer out of Louisville, Kevin Schmucker is your test hook. We've got 22 of them here. And boy, what a lineup it is. A couple of multiple entries. As I mentioned, Kevin Schmucker and the Get Her Done deer, your test puller. And then way back at number 19 will be Danny Schmucker coming out in the Rampage. Julia Ray and the Mac Daddy, she'll hook in the number 4 spot. And Mike Connie will go in the number 17 spot. Then you got Kevin Masterson, Brandon Simon coming up, Justin Wagler, Tim Kane. Oh, wow. And, of course, Robbie Lemke. So it's a big one here. 10,000 pounds of fun coming your way. Our Pro Stocks. You know, the rules have not changed much in Pro Stock pulling forever. Basically, you're just going to get a big old, you run what you brung. That turbo, no limitations on it. And in the Pro Stock class, we got Pro Stocks, 5.0, Light Pros, 4.1, 10,000 pounds. 680 cubic inches and 1 turbo of any size.
Opportunity later this summer to go to Canton for 2 days with the Schmuckers, so looking forward to that. Stark County Fair out there.
3:46 and 3, good distance to lead.
He takes it. He takes it.
Well, when you roll up a pool like that, beautiful night. You're hoping everyone's below 340.
You know, we also got a young man who's strapped into an unlimited here. Has kind of kicked Dad out of the seat. So we bring Lane Bollinger.
Right.
He's done some modified driving, obviously, and has done a good job of wheeling on their state level. So unique to Illinois, they run a 58 modified class there in their state level. And he has run there very, very well. Tough running machine here coming to the line. And it's been very consistent. Not a whole lot of wins in this unlimited class. But last year in the top of the points there, fighting the top 2, top 3 all season long. So make an A to B lap. And the screw blowers, this combination really, really likes this tractor here. The Corzines as well, when they bolt that third one on and they go running with their combination with the screws, they are in the hunt as well.
I'd say so. Yes, should be. Gets you out of the seat. Look what happened. Couldn't even tell who was driving.
Yep.
The guy with gray hair or the guy with not gray hair? Boy, nice pass.
Now, he may take offense with those comments.
No, not after a pull like that.
No, that's right.
Yeah, he's awfully close. I think we're on the short side, but had him right there about that 347-foot mark or so, and we'll see.
Yeah, technically Adams at 346 and 2.
Correct. Lane is at 343 and 6, or 343 and 1.
John Deere fans, here comes a good one called the Real Deal. Custom applicator and equipment dealer out of Morgantown, Indiana. Close to 30 years of pulling. It's just Flagler. Almost all of the, back in the Copenhagen School pulling circuit days, we didn't see many pro stock hooks on the Grand National level. Here, Chapel Hill. When I came back into pulling, being gone for a couple years, I was amazed at the numbers in pro stock class. And then to see the divisions of it, all because of the turbos. But this one has remained rock solid. 10,000 pounds, 1 turbo. Rock and roll.
So on behalf of Stellar Diesel, I get to present you first place tonight in Tomah, Wisconsin, in your Super Stock Diesel 4-wheel drive class, buddy. Congratulations.
Thank you, Miles. We got a lot of people to thank. First off, Nate Bowes at Sandridge Customs. He built that heck of a machine for us. Van Hazley, he's got a power plant under the hood. Eric Stacy and Kent Crowder, they helped us all last week getting our water injection dialed in. Everybody standing up here, mom, dad, everybody back at home. It's pretty awesome.
Well, I told him over there in the booth earlier this evening, we were talking in full poll, I said, it is just time for the Gillettes to get their win. And, buddy, you did it. I get to give you a $100 gift card to Quick Trip. I get to give you a cooler from our friends at Budweiser. And I also get to give you a box of Hot Shot Secret. Congratulations, you're a Grand National winner.
Thank you, Miles. Greatly appreciate it.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause as he wins his first Grand National event right here in Tomah, Wisconsin 2023. And the top shelf team out of the state of Ohio. Out of Morgantown, Indiana, the old real deer John Deere entry. Now you go back with the roots of that guy, Super Farm 4-1, very, very dominant in both of those divisions, and stepped up into the Pro Stock class a couple of summers ago and has really kind of found his stride as well. Justin Wagler running the real deer entry.
319 and 3 for Justin there. Boy, if we didn't hear those turbos chirp, you probably could have gone a little bit further down the road. Reigning national champions are recognized. Over 200 action photos. You can pick your copy up at the NTPA merchandise stand, or you can shop ntpa.com.
Brad Benedict makes his way out onto the track out of Marion, Ohio, with a whip called Nonsense. 346, 343 are distances of record so far. Class of 13. As I said, you will see various engine combinations. And I looked, the rule book rules for unlimited. Engine combination. There's 13 pages of rules.
You know, back in the day, we thought it'd be good to have 6 Hemis on there.
Right.
Banner came out a couple of times with a 7-engine tractor. Engler looked at it and said, nah, I can make some power with the 6.
Right.
But boy, they were screaming.
Oh, you did.
Vernon Corey, Papa Bear. Flying.
I don't think we had all 4 of them singing.
I don't think so.
The left front was glowing red a long ways, so not real sure what was happening. But
yeah, we wounded one, I'm guessing, or at least had lost horsepower there, lots of power. But we still have, it's still running on that video. If you look at the big screen there, you can still tell he was under power there.
They were all still running, but they weren't real healthy. .346 still leads, and that's Adam Bauer. Ricky Rose due up next. Wayne Mercer will follow. Dave Richardson, Mark Cole, Doug Theobald, Tommy Owens, Joe Ader, and Kevin Criswell, and then we go back to Chuck Knapp and Billy Beers.
We're going to come back down here to our winner's circle, and we've got number 3 here with us now in our Superstock Diesel 4x4 class, sponsored by Stellar Diesel, and we get to give Justin Gerhardt that trophy. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Great day out here today. We had the smoothest pass we've had all year. We've been waiting for one of those.
Well, that's certainly good. I know that, you know, every offseason you kind of come back with a fresh start and obviously go through everything. So getting things dialed in here, come back to Tomah and find yourself in the top 3.
Yes, sir. Another Sandridge chassis, top shelf, had a stellar pass. Another Sandridge truck. So we got 1-3 tonight. Hazley machine power, Nichols tires, Head and Shoulders keeps my hair looking good. Old guy over here says he's too old to drive, but lets me pilot it, so that's cool by me.
Head and Shoulders. Anybody work with Head and Shoulders? We got a guy looking to represent your products here. I also presented you guys with a $50 gift card to our friends at Quick Trip. Congrats again.
Thank you.
Folks, Justin Gerhardt, we're going to take a photo here real quick. Give him a nice round of applause. He goes number 3 tonight, and we get ready to bring the Dugans up here for their presentation. Our number 2 finisher tonight as well.
Well, the next one up on the Pro Stock side is out of Farley, Iowa, that John Deere 8360. However, he can't get it lit, so we got him on the clock right now.
So Jason Round is, he's got a couple of tractors. Let Ricky make his pass, and then I'll present you your trophy. How's it sound?
Well, you talk about it, Alan. This guy's on a roll right here.
Exactly right. Ricky Rose coming out of Glencoe, Minnesota. Yes.
So they are very happy with what they were able to achieve in the modified class, but they weren't able to rest on their weekend and their sweep here in the mod. Nope, they had to go back and reconfigure that tractor. Add the 4th. Well, to do that, they had to take the 3rd off. And obviously, Jeff did the driving this afternoon and last night. Dad gets the opportunity to do the driving tonight as we back Giddy up to the starting line.
You would think that the guy that swept the weekend would get a little time off. No, not at all, man. Not at all. He'll have time off after this hunt.
That's right.
And the way this tractor's been running here, look at that top end, because he'll be coming your way.
Right.
Jason Ruin to the first of his 2. He's got 3. It's evidently fired and coming, and he'll look again in the 14th spot. All eyes now on our modified Busch Light.
Some things to work on now as they weren't planning on resting anyway.
Like right front wheel.
We're going to come back down here to the winner's circle. I will present to you your trophy on behalf of our friends at Stellar Diesel. I'm going to give you the gift cards from our friends at Quick Trip, and I'm going to hand you the microphone and let you tell everybody thanks that you need to.
Well, again, I want to thank everybody who come out. I know it's been a very, very hot day. Just can't thank you enough. Can't thank you guys all here at Tomah putting on this wonderful foal and that. Sorry to see that guy had a bad night, but that looked like a spectacular run and almost blew my hat off. So, but other again, thank you. I just can't thank you enough for the opportunity to come out here.
Absolutely, folks. Let's give them a nice round of applause. The Angry Farmer team, Todd Dugan and family here with us this weekend, and we want you to stop by the Midway and see them. T-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all for sale over there, as well as their product line. about you, Tomah? Let me hear you. Friday night, we're having fun.
They must not be. They're not making any noise.
I'm having fun. That's all I'll tell you. This is.
Well, Ricky Rose would have had a lot better fun had he not ended up across that little white chalk line. 301, 396 with a DQ.
Well, we have a new leader, obviously. 369 for the man out of Farley, Iowa. The other guy out of Farley, Iowa. Jason Ron comes out, and he will hook again in the 14th spot. It's just probably here quicker than we know it. Julia Ray on the way next out of Beloit, Ohio, and the Mac Daddy.
Yeah, so a quick study. You think about this gentleman has only been involved. You know, he's really just getting started still. And you think about the Simons and their pro stock tractor pursuits is what they've been doing. It's only been about 4 years since they really got started. Digging deep here and learning a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, and they acquired some more tractors and certainly go out here and run very, very hard in competition as Julia has fired. Rob Russell on deck, Jack Mays on hold. Those are your next three in the pro stock side of things, and obviously we wait to make some more noise here on the unlimited side, but we got to get Ricky lifted up off of the track, and hopefully they can get everything back together. A whole lot of torque, a whole lot of horsepower that he had when they bolt that fourth one on. But the balance was so beautiful with the 3-engine setup this afternoon. That's a bummer.
Yep, that's true.
Mac Trailers serves the industry, the trucking industry, with trailers, tank trailers, certified service locations, a vast dealer network, and a fully stocked aftermarket parts department. All of that teams up to meet the rigorous demands of your hauling requirements. Mac Trailer experienced excellent. Proud sponsor of the National Tractor Pullers Association, and even prouder competitors in this pro stock class. Get more info at MacTrailer.com. Julia Ray comes back up in the Mac Daddy. Mention Rob Russell, and when we get to Rob Russell's hook, we'll go down memory lane once again.
Pro stock tractors, you know, obviously there's been several very successful competitors here, but the local guy, based on all the statistics that I can see, is your all-time leader in session wins here in pro stock, and that would be the Lemke's, Robbie Lemke. He has 7 to his credit in the pro stock division. So obviously he's got his logo right up here, right under the Kenny Mac Tower logo. He has his logo with Lemke Motorsports, and late in the class, I believe. We'll look here and see just exactly where they hook. But the Lemke's, of course, the new generation Century. Yeah, a little bit later, Esden doing the driving there, and Robbie doing the driving of their cross entries straight out of line. So those are the 2 entries from the Lemke Motorsports team. We are back again tomorrow at 12 and at 7 o'clock. At 10:15 tomorrow morning, we will start over in the full pull stage and be making us some predictions on what we think might happen in session number 4, as well as discussing this evening's competition. And certainly, if you are here and you are a winner in the competitions that we are currently having there, with your chance to select your potential winners, that we could potentially present those awards to you tomorrow as well over there at the full pull tent. So we certainly encourage you to make sure that you stop by there, scan the QR code, take an opportunity to submit your predictions. And in addition to that, 11:15 tomorrow morning, we have some more top crew award presentations. We'll go pulling here at noon.
100 years ago, engineer Bert Benjamin had a vision. He wanted to create an all-purpose tractor that could service the growing number of farms across North America. It was 1923. And the first prototype was born. For a century, the Farmall tractor transformed farming and generation after generation. And to celebrate the 100th year of the Farmall, Case IH is giving away a Case IH Farmall utility 75C tractor and $15,000. Join the celebration and enter for your chance to win. Do it on Monday. Go to your local Case IH dealer or visit farmall100.com. And when you do that, tell Case IH what they can do for you. The pot for the 50-50 raffle is $1,800. You still have your blue ticket from this afternoon, $22.70.22. That's still unclaimed. You can claim the raffle down at the yellow building. It's at the starting line on the grandstand side. It's the two-story building over there. But again, the blue ticket, $22.70.22 from this afternoon. $1,800 right now. So we reset here, and Julia Ray becomes our test puller in the Mac Daddy ride. John Deere 8410 works on the family farm. Our team sponsor, Mac Trailer, supported by Mike Connie. Game competitor here. She has had great success over the years. Pretty good hook, and that is the distance right now. She'll have the opportunity to drop or come back in the class.
Nice pass.
341 and 8 to lead the field here.
Here at the power plants of Uncle Sam. That'd be Wayne Purser out of Norman, Oklahoma, coming to life.
So pretty awesome to have the River Rat and the Tinker Toy. Daryl Foles will be piloting the Tinker Toy here this evening. Kevin, of course, on the old trusty River Rat.
When things get quiet in the hot pit area, you start wondering.
But then you'll hear that pro stock with the lump, 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 and coming out.
Yeah, it's a good one, too, coming our way out of the state of Iowa.
Multi-time NTPA Grand National Pulling Circuit champion. And all that pulling experience it has transferred over to a pro stock.
Yeah, so he kind of stepped away there for a little while, as obviously as his family continued to, his children started a little bit, and obviously stepped away from all of it. And then when he came back in the pro stock division. And after about a year or so of really trying to get back into the swing, it's like the switch flipped, and he immediately became incredibly relevant here again with us in this Pro Stock division. So glad to have him here out of Prescott, Iowa, his home area.
You know, Miles, that's a really key. So many times we kind of get wrapped up with what we do, and you miss all those children's graduations and things. And Rob kind of backed away to enjoy a little family life. But yep, get those cameras ready. Rob Russell, the workhorse. Only our second hook in our Pro Stock class. And boy, I hope this is not. .351.1. Rob Russell's your new #1 in the Pro Stock class. Billet Binder on the way, then the Tinker Toy and the Red Gambler. That's all coming up. We just hear from NTPA Technical Services that this is kind of surprising. Rob Lemke in the straight out of line is a scratch in this class. Who's going to be hooking in the number 10 spot?
Whatsoever that they're going to try to help their mate get down the track here. And what's he got? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 coming our way on Uncle Sam. Characteristic drivers, that thought process on that unlimited is craft the whip as fast as you can and get as wide open as quickly as you can. And obviously that's sort of the theory you want with all of them, but there's really very limited hesitation in the unlimited class with our drivers as Mr. Purser makes his shot out of Norman, Oklahoma. We get ready to go on the Pro Stock side as well.
On the Pro Stock side, Jack Mays out of Amity, Missouri, the Billet Binder International 1066. Jack's college student, Been pulling for about 6 years. What a thrill it's going to be here on a Friday night.
Yeah, Northwest Missouri is where he was attending school, and obviously under the watchful eye of his dad, Stuart. And this young man is a former national champion as well as his dad, and they were very, very tough runners with this international coming to the starting line. They do a lot of dyno work and kind of hone things in here with this tractor, and very, very competitive. So one we want to watch, obviously, down on the big end of the track, that 350-foot mark or so, and we're really starting to get heavy in this Pro Stock class.
Wade Purser at 331, 782, 331, 78. Straight shot.
Tractor sitting over there.
Look at the plumage, the smoke that's behind him.
How about you international fans? We got any here tonight in Wisconsin?
Better, because he's the new leader. 360.9, 360.9 for that young man to take the lead in our class. That'll kick Rob Russell back to number 2. About 9 feet over Rob.
I tell you, though, you start to look down that list.
Yeah.
You take the lead, and then you look and see, well, here comes Don Masterson's Tinker Toy, the very next entry with Daryl Foles doing the driving. And certainly tough runners all the way down this list. So we're going to have a wonderful, wonderful night in this Pro Stock Tractor class.
Yeah, the Red Gambler coming up, the Tinker Toy, Young Blood, Loud and Heavy, Green with Envy, Bulletproof Box.
Dave Richardson out of Litchfield, Kentucky. The four-some machine. Backs in. How important it is that they are absolutely square in front of the sled. We've seen that all night long as they come off of the line with that whole shot, their departure. If they don't have to line that sled up behind them, they're a lot better off. They don't waste any time, they don't waste any horsepower, and more often than not, they don't waste that box coming forward.
Yeah, you don't want to be cattywampus in this class.
No.
That just leads to big problems in any class. But in this class, a whole lot of horsepower in front of you.
You turn to the wheel speed so fast here that disaster occurs so quickly.
The engine's singing in song and the chassis flex. A whole lot of torque happening, as you can see there on the screen. Watch that. Keep the balance as best you can. David stays in it right on down to the big end.
3:29.569 for Dave Richardson. 3:29.569.
Grandview, Indiana, the home of our next competitor. It's the Tinker Toy, as Miles mentioned, driving it for Kevin Masterson. Darrell Bowles coming out right now. Again, we just had the lead change. Billet Binder, 360-9.
Darrell has been driving this tractor quite often over the last 3 summers or so. This Tinker Toy entry out of the river bottoms of Spencer County and Grandview, Indiana, down in southern Indiana, just right on the Ohio River, not too far from Evansville. This is obviously the Masterson family, very big involved in farming. And again, we send our condolences to Kevin and family on the loss of Don just 6 weeks ago or so. Right down near that 350-foot marker, so we'll wait and see exactly what the distance is. Jack Mays, he made a beautiful pass to that #1 position. I think we're probably short of that.
Yes, we are a little bit. 3:43.9 for Darrell. 3:43.9. That'll put him in 3rd spot right now, with Tim Kane and the Red Gambler on the way next.
Comes Mark Cole on board the Gambler.
And I believe he's got a combination here, does he not? A couple of screws and a couple of knots?
Yes.
Yeah.
Be interesting to watch the doors come open on both kites, because, I mean, you can see it. Been watching the blowers all night long on the neighborhood at 80 or 90 feet. The blowers are fully open.
There's zero doubt that I was excited about this class, but certainly living up to the billing here tonight.
.329.034 just a hair behind Dave Richardson. Dave Richardson with a 3:29.569.
On the Pro Stock side of the Budweiser track, Farmer out of New Pal, Indiana, the Red Gambler, 08 International 1066. Tim Kane has been at this sport for a long, long time. Quiet in his demeanor, but when he drops the hammer, the old gambler will start to sing. New Pal right outside of Indianapolis.
We're going to stay in that particular neck of the woods with our next competitor in the Unlimited coming out of Shelbyville. And that would be Doug Theobald, of course.
Yep, Shelbyville.
Down the road from New Palestine.
For Tim Kane, 300.7. That'll put him in fifth. And that'll bring up Young Blood. Sit here on a 90-degree day. The boys still at hot temperature fall very nicely here. Kind of set the rock in the winter. You make it a little older than the National Farmer Secret Show next to that place.
Driving a little wicked, and here we now have full-blown wicked. This is Dad's turn as he brings the heavy power to the starting line. 3 screw blowers. Now the Bollingers have a similar combination as well. Back Doug Theobald to the starting line. Tommy Owens and the Thorn, and then Joe Ader. Those are your next 3 coming our way.
About time Daddy got to come play. Full, as you mentioned, Miles, the whole family has had seat time. Now Doug Theobald gets to come out.
Yeah, so Doug is a winner here in the 2-wheel drive division. And they have really started to branch out even more so. It really kind of came with the Light Unlimited. They wanted to run in Light Unlimited, and Doug did very well there. And then they bolted the 3rd one on, and they started to go to a few events here and there, select events, to run in the Unlimited.
Miles, look how efficient that team is. Renee guides him back in. One son helping to hook 2.
Yep, so that's Grant there, trackside. Yep. He is a student at Purdue University. Mason's still a high school student. Dad and Mom obviously own and operate a farming operation. Josh Miles, usually the guy kind of the mastermind behind a lot of the tuning. He is not here with us.
the sons are going to give the dad some input into that run.
I think you're right. And they both have got an idea.
And I don't think Doug's really want to hear it now because he already knows what he's done. But and it'll be a gentle reminder.
lot more up and down than I've seen Doug do.
Yep.
You have too. A decent run. There's no problem where 308, a little short. There's no question about that. 308, 334.
Pro stock side, former winner here in the super stock division, obviously Braden Strummick and the family. Dad was out in the light super that they have added now to the fleet. And this tough running Echo on the starting line. Very good run for Braden Strummick. He owns and operates an Airbnb with the family out there, I believe near Lake of the Ozarks or somewhere in not too far from them in Missouri. And obviously they farm a whole bunch of acreage.
Well, he's moved into fourth place in the young blood, 343.72. 343.72. And that'll bring up Brandon Simon. As I mentioned, Robbie Lemke has scratched right here, the straight out of line. So Brandon Simon's Farley, Iowa housed Loud and Heavy coming up. And the Loud and Heavy X will hook down towards the very end of the class.
5 left to go in the unlimited side. 3 out of the state of New York, 1 out of the state of Ohio, and 1 out of Iowa.
Getting close to the end of the 50-50 raffle. Get your tickets now. You can't be a winner unless you buy a ticket. Look what happened this afternoon. I don't think they claimed that money from the blue ticket days.
I haven't heard that they have, no.
Bill and Finder 360 at 9 over on the Bud side, the Bush flag side right now. A whole lot of horsepower. Get ready to unleash.
Well, Dylan did the driving of this entry known as Thorn in the modified division this weekend, but that's where they will primarily focus their attention, I believe, for the mod points. But now Dad's turn out of Montgomery, New York. Told her this afternoon, about an hour or a little over an hour from New York City. This is an all-new entry. Modern machine frame, Boyd Performance, repaired heavies. You've got a whole variety of guys building horsepower here. There's some MDRs, you've got some Sassy, and some Munich, and obviously a whole
Tommy O's distance at 310, 139 to the right. 310, 139. Tommy Owens with the Thorn. Joe Ader comes up next out of North Collins, New York. The Emax machine. followed by Kevin Criswell.
Oh, yeah. So we back up to the starting line here, the Simon family. The first of two he will pilot. And we talk about how many vehicles they had. At one point, about 5 Pro Stocks in the wings there of the place in Farley. Guys own and operate a Speedway. Weekly program out there. We were out 2 weeks ago for NTPA Grand National Pulling. Own and operate a trucking company, a large cattle operation as well.
Brandon's kind of the cattle guy, RJ kind of the trucking guy. Brandon Simon, wow.
He doesn't have any other gear other than let's go after it here, and he has been a winner here in Tomah before in this very division. So Brandon, obviously light unlimited and also in the Pro Stock side of things.
3:43:08 for Brandon Simon. Right around 5th spot, I do believe. 3:43:08. Green with Envy coming your way next on a clay.
On Friday night in the Unlimited division, and then went on to win pretty well every event after that that he competed in until the Inderley. So Ken Beatty stepped in and drove this tractor at the last point of the season, but at that point Joe had already clinched the title, I believe his 8th championship.
That was a very cool tribute right there to have Ken come in and do that with Ken Motorsports.
Exactly.
Then we went to the Inderley pull-off, I believe, and at the Inderley there's one, he did not win that event. So the last 2 events of the season he did not, but from everywhere they went to from Tomah all the way until the final event of the season in Wellington, I believe it is. This gentleman right here with the EMAX sponsored entry out of the state of New York, he was a winner.
We haven't even talked about the fact that he manufactures some pretty good pulling machines as well. Right now, let's see what he does when he drops the hand. John Deere 8R340. National Farm Machinery Show second session winner. About 14 years wheeling. He's coming up next on our Pro Stock side.
Joe's distance at 3:20, 8 1/4. 3:20 with an 8:25 on the right hand side. Didn't mention the fact that he's also a restaurateur. And I think he's opening the 4th and 5th restaurants in Florida.
Selling dogs, hot dogs.
Yes, and doing very well.
Actually, I think Coney dogs.
Coney dogs, I believe, yeah. Well, what would you come do sell out of New York? You'd sell Coney dogs, right?
To old people in Florida.
To old people in Florida who moved down there looking for something to do.
The National Tractor Pulling Championship rolls on and into Bowling Green, Ohio. Thursday through Saturday, August 17th through the 19th. And it is the 56th edition of the National Tractor Pulling Championships.
Well, Denny Brown, of course, still figuring everything out, get things dialed in with this brand new tractor. And he has been a tough runner for years in the Pro Stock division. Started really in Super Farm and then stepped up into the Pro Stock class. And this is a brand new tractor they put together. Really got it out late last season. And started really kind of dialing in on the new paint scheme and got all the paint and everything off of the primer into the full finished product here that you see right around farm show time. Your leader continues to be Jack Mays in the Pro Stock side, 360.930. Rob Russell is number 2. Daryl Foles is number 3. To go into the top 3, you got to go past 343.965. On the unlimited side, Adam Bauer, 346.295. Lane Bollinger, 343.160.
Number 12 in our 22. 347.96, 347.96 for the man out of Clay, Kentucky. That'll put him in third. All those deceptive hooks right there. Third place.
Now, Doc, this next Pro Stock tractor comes out here. You will recognize.
Still selling tickets. Get yours now. For a good cause. FFA alums. Keep an eye on this guy right here.
Exactly right. This is one that you never want to count out when he's made his way to the track. Kevin Criswell out of Marion, Ohio with the one called Blown Scentless. Yeah, you want to watch him.
That's coming your way right now. This is Clinton Medding coming out of Nordheim, Texas. And he is the gentleman that purchased the ever-present and gorgeous John Deere 830 that Lance Little put together years ago. And he has been running it, of course, on the organization out there that he runs, puts an event on, actually, in Nordheim, Texas. He and his boys also very, very active running the Pro Stock class on the circuit, and very, very active now with us here in the NTPA. He actually reconfigured the tractors for the National Farm Machinery Show.
Oh, he did.
And has to, you know, because the rules that he is used to running are a different size turbocharger, cooler, the whole deal. So he buys all that and has all that ready to go to Louisville And he left that configuration intact for us so he could come play with us this summer just a little bit. And 3 events in, he finds himself in that points hunt. So right off the bat, we'll see how things are for him as he makes his way back to Nordheim after this weekend. But very first time to Tomah, Wisconsin, we welcome the Metting family. Conley will drive a little bit later on as well with the second entry. Connor has been doing the driving of that tractor a lot throughout the last few summers. But certainly glad enough. Certainly they worked with Lance Little over the course of the last several summers with this tractor right here, the Metting family. They own and operate an excavation business. Something didn't quite seem very happy there. I don't know exactly. I am not the diagnostic person by any means whatsoever. I won't claim to be. But from the hit of the throttle, that old John Deere 830, that beautiful tractor, one of a kind you don't see in this Pro Stock division or any pulling class for that matter.
That's true.
3:14 and 4 for the Bulletproof Buck.
Have 2 left to run, the unlimiteds. Kevin Griswold actually split first and second, so he has the number 2 spot now between Adam Bauer and Lane Bollinger. Kevin with a 3:44.762. Adam Bauer 3:46. Lane Bollinger a 3:43. And we have 2 yet to go. Chuck Knapp and Billy Beers.
Digging through this class of 21 tractors that make the ball just round. You saw him out here a little bit earlier in that first tractor he piloted. That was, of course, John Deere.
Not a good sign.
Well, it's certainly not what they wanted. I mean, we're talking about some serious thrashing over the course of the last 3 or 4 weeks. All while trying to get a crop in the ground and be farmers.
Right. Exactly right.
Work hard, play hard. Well, oddly enough, we will see Jason on a pass here, and then we will see him come back in just a little bit. About 12 hooks left in our Pro Stock class. I believe that the Screaming D is done. Oh, drop to the bottom.
So we look for Wayne Keefe to start his job of what he'll do right there for Billy Beers. Obviously, that's a tandem. Wayne Keefe and Billy Beers have partnered up together on this entry. And good to see Wayne back out just as much as it's neat to see Billy driving. It's neat to see Wayne trackside as well. Minnesota. So Rob's going to do the driving tonight. We're just running John Deere on the Budweiser side, but we're going to go pulling here on the Busch Light track first and back to New York to Billy Beers. Sounded almost like something in the drive line.
Hey, I was thinking the very same thing. The engines were still running very well, but we do need a hook. You seem to indicate you're right, Miles. It very possibly could be drive line.
Money on Black is up next. And as Miles mentioned, he's driving Peter Norton and the Hurricane Motorsports team. Rob Russell out of Prescott, Iowa. Former Superstock champion here. Get our leading distance, 3:6:09. Rob Russell's earlier entry, the workhorse, 3:51.1. That's in second place.
Pretty good hired gun to put in the seat there. No question you get to put Rob Russell in the seat of your tractor. Peter Norton from Franklin, Indiana. He owns and operates a transportation company, trucking company there.
$222,888 for Billy Beers. $222,888.
Dropping to the bottom there, you saw Chuck Knapp. He has not gotten out of the seat, so hopefully everything is all right. We're good to go. With Screamin' D. But last is now. Pretty well, right?
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah, it's a little empty down there.
I think we're there. We've got semis coming very, very shortly as well. So hopefully everything is dialed up and ready to go. I know that those guys have been thrashing. We want to see that tractor make a big pass.
Yes, exactly right. 346 leads. That's Adam Bauer. Number 2, Kevin Criswell. Number 3 is Lane Bollinger. There's room to play at the top end, but you've got to get there first.
Rob Russell going to put all the magic he's got into this hook right now. Good. I thought, nope, Rob Russell's just going to, he knows what he's doing. He runs by the seat of his pants and puts down a nice run.
What do you think the statistics would say on how many times he's driven a John Deere tractor down the track?
Oh, I think it'd be a very small percentage.
Very, very small number. I'll have to ask him that question for sure.
Rob Russell moves into 4th spot right there, 346
nice
and
pass.
9.
Nice pass. I wonder, is the air changing just enough here in the evening that we're starting to affect the mixture? It sounds like it to me. The last 3 or 4, we've gotten that pop and bang.
Well,
you wonder.
It can be cantankerous. There's a good shot right there from the pits on our RFD cameras. Tell a little thrashing going on.
So the clock is running.
No, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's
got a guy on
true.
the track.
They got a guy on the track.
Which I just noticed.
Yeah, I was thinking the very same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this confirms what you and I were talking about, though. We said something driveline related.
Yes, when we come out with a telehandler for the back end, yeah.
I don't know if we got a rear end, unfortunately, or something there, but he was like, all 5 of those Hemis were still running.
Yes.
And in kind of not an interesting move, but something you see from time to time in motorsports, the driver gets out there and says, I'll take care of hooking where I want to hook it. That way you guys are off the hook.
Literally, figuratively,
Literally,
yes.
Yep. Billy, great competitor right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for him. They've been kind of thrashing around out there with the old wagon.
Yes.
Gonna need a little bit. And honestly, he'll shrug it off.
Yeah.
That'll be, I mean,
down,
you got guys that will say when something like that happens, that's just full of happens. It's like, oh my God, look at the dollars got this, you know.
It happens. Down but not out. We know that.
Esden Lemke, the newlywed, up next to the new Generation Plus ride. Machine shop, business owner.
You don't like to think about it, but actually, Chuck is getting the benefit of Billy's unfortunate happenstance. So,
which just kind of works in nicely.
Yeah.
John Deere fans, here's one to look at. Lemke Motorsports out of Helenville, Wisconsin. Full service shop for all of your tractor pulling needs. Established back in 2011, Lemke has grown to offer a broad assortment of tractor pulling parts. Robbie started out by producing parts for his father's pulling tractor when he was in high school. Lemke Motorsports offers parts and service that can assist the tractor puller perform at their best. Pride of Wisconsin, Pride of Helenville on the way. Oh, hello.
Dad dialed that thing up for him, and he's going to be we're shaking things up in our top three continually here. A very competitive group of pro stock tractors. I hope you're having as much fun here in Tomah as I am, folks.
337 and 3. 337 and 3.
We talked about the newlywed. It's just been a couple of weeks, right, Doc, that he got married just like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
If that.
Yeah.
Well, we successfully picked it up. You don't want to rush things.
Nope.
We have
a lot of weight to be swinging around.
He's not too far. That's a good. If there was something good about this, his rig is like out the gate there just a little ways. So he's not too far away from where he'll have to go. Probably a better thing he doesn't have to loop all the way around and come back over the corner here of the fairgrounds. So. How about a tough luck round of applause for Billy Beers as we push him out here. Unfortunately, folks, one of the great personalities in our pulling up here, no question. We love to have him here back with us. He and Wayne both coming back after a hiatus for many years.
Our thanks go on. Gerke Transport, over-the-road contractor, specializing in hauling throughout the state. He has got all your transportation needs covered. Thanks for your support. The Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals. The 50th edition coming up in 2025.
And they were thrashing down there. I believe we have a points box there that they were trying to work on and get everything dialed in for Screaming D. I looked at Chuck and I'm like, are you ready? And he was kind of calmly sitting in the seat there. So hopefully they make that thing fire up and come our way here very shortly.
There comes a time when you just need to sit and stay out of the road.
He's you know, there's no doubt. I have said it over and over and over about this pairing of father and son. They are dialed in, and he trusts his son to get that tractor ready.
Yep, as quick as he can.
He's pretty comfortable in the seat, and he does a great job wheeling it. So it's been a good combination and led to several national titles. So why change it? Well, Mike Connie coming our way out of Beloit, Ohio, and obviously this gentleman needs no introduction for everything he has done in this sport. Obviously his achievements with the tractor, but also with all the support that he has brought with Mack Trailer. Has gotten into the promotion game as well, put on a show 2 years in a row now as part of the truck show down in Louisville. We see our first semi make its way up here trackside as well. Folks, if you have not seen the semis before, they put on a fantastic show.
Yes. We have 5 of them to run tonight. The rat race just passing through in class. The crazy KW playing with fire, and holy smokes.
we got the tractor idling there on the starting line, and Mike tighten up on that drawbar, and we're going to be underway here with Mac Nasty.
I think we have.
Lineups, so much more. We'll focus our attention right now on the Screamin' D, and this tractor lives up to its name big time.
You recall he was out here earlier, so he has one attempt. He's got to make it happen the first time.
All that hard work and effort goes for naught this time around.
But he gave it a try.
Mike Conti, the Mac Nasty, ready to fire.
$158.050.
The owner of Mac Trailers is ready to come to play. Your 2016 NTPA Grand National Champion, Mac Nasty and John Deere 8410. Out of Beloit, Ohio, with a good effort there. $321.08 for Mike Conti. $321.08 for the Mac Nasty ride. Kevin Masterson, the River Rat, on the way next.
Poor Chuck Knapp gets too far away from us. Need to give him a round of applause. I mean, he was here. He tried the second time, and a job well done. We know Chuck will be back.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely, Chuck. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Moves us to the 20,000-pound semi-class. 5 of them to run. Lighten the wagon up just a little bit. I heard that discussion. They're going to take a couple of blocks out.
Jack May is the billet finder, continues to lead 360 and 9. Rob Russell, of course, closest, second place, 351 and 1. So Kevin Masterson could come up and change the order a little bit.
And Kevin was your winner at the National Farm Machinery Show 2023. Already the winner out the gate. Very strong performance in Louisville. And obviously they have been very, very tough with these 2 tractors out of Grandview, Indiana over the course of the last 2 or 3 summers.
Five to run in the semi-class. Remember that was stated earlier this evening, we are floating the finish on all classes. I think that is still in place for our semis as well. 1 run and done. See how far. Not heard anything from Marvin to the contrary, so I'm going to say that's probably still in place. The River Bottoms, as I like to refer to them, in Spencer, Indiana, and Grandview, Indiana, Spencer County. Kevin is a farmer, but also does a whole lot of work on the dyno right there in the shop, and has become a relied upon partner for a few other folks in this class who take their horsepower straight to Kevin and let Kevin do some tuning and dialing in there. That's been a major change over the course of the last decade in this sport, if not a little bit more. The use of the dyno and trying to really get a baseline where you want to set everything up with your tractor or your truck in competition.
They're building horsepower big time.
Now that is a big, big pass. It was going to take a monster to get there, and I'm not sure. Jack was 360 and some change, right?
Yes, and our Kevin Masterson's 370 and some change.
How about it, John Deere fans? Let me hear you. Kevin Masterson, the River, 20 years. He has not been to Tomah in 20 years. Pretty awesome for him to welcome back, sir. Welcome back here.
The first of our 5 semis to run. TJ Lake at Peterbilt out of Wyoming. $20,000.
1,129 mile to get here with us. All in a day's work to come run here in Tomah with us.
Original equipment head, turbochargers or superchargers limited to 2 stages. 250-inch wheelbase, 18-inch hitch height. A little tough to see the prism over the top of the cab of the semi, so we will wait until the vehicle moves before we give you a distance, simply because it's a lot easier that way. TJ says, I'll take it. I don't know what it is yet, but I will take the hook. More Wyoming. Peterbilt of TJ Lake. Called the rat race. $232,950. $232,950 for TJ. Pat Island up next to the path and through in class out of Hampton, Minnesota.
We'll talk to you about your semi class here. 1994. I didn't think it had been that long, obviously, that we started with the introduction. 1994. And since 1994, there have been a handful of winners in this group, or quite a few. Greg Hibbets is your all-time leader, 9 to his credit here in the semi.
Giant,
yes, sir. Greg Hibbets, Jack Kielmeyer, and Dean Halicki each had 7 in the semi division. Dean has since added 2 to his credit to move up to number 9, or with 9 a total now. And then we had Tom Lindsay with 6, Larry Carey with 5, J.R. Collins with 4. The gentleman that you just mentioned coming up here next has 3 to his credit. And then we have Mike Metzger with 3, Greg with 3, Dan Prawl, I believe he had 1 as well, Jerry Walker, and then obviously a couple others there. We have Brian Ellithorpe. He has a win here as well. So we start digging through our super semi division. 1994, but the all-time leader, 9 wins, and Greg Hibbets with the prohibited entry.
Well, you mentioned Jack Kielmeyer. Jack has found the perfect spot here in Tomah.
Yes, he has.
He is on a golf cart behind the RFD TV area. Drive-in movie night.
Yes.
And he said,
complete with popcorn, by the way.
Jack Kielmeyer said he's getting interested in the pro stocks.
Uh-oh. Okay. Rumor has it, huh? Just rumor has it.
Danny Schmuck of the Rampage. At John Deere 7920.
And if you'll turn your attention to the winner's circle right here in front of the Kenny Mack Tower, we are going to go ahead and present our awards for the modified or the unlimited tractor class that just concluded, and the full pull app. We've been talking all weekend about full pull. We want you to make sure you swing by the tent and the stage over there tomorrow and learn a little bit more about all the new offerings that are coming forward with you for this sport of pulling, a chance to kind of revolutionize the game that we've all known for so very long. So I'm going to hand this to Chase Richardson. He's going to make that trophy presentation here very shortly. But Adam Bauer, congratulations. I get to be able to tell you, and I'm more excited for you than you are for you, but you are the all-time winner now in Tomah. This is number 17, sir.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable, but I'd say Bill ain't done yet. He's always talked about coming back. He'll probably be back one of these days, so you never know. He might catch back up.
Absolutely. Well, obviously a lot of hard work. CJ told me last night you guys were super excited with this combination you put together, and proof's in the pudding. There's no question you proved it tonight.
Yeah, no, I'm just happy everything turned out real good, and we got a little work to do tonight, but it ain't nothing we ain't used to, so it'll be all right.
Anybody you want to thank?
Oh, got to thank everybody that come with me, CJ and Ross and Grace and Mom and Dad, everybody that helps, Tough, Truckee, guys at home. Without them, we couldn't be doing this, so thanks to everybody. And I'd like to thank the guys from Sampico for all the help they give us, and the sponsors here. Hopefully Full Pull Bets get some, generate some money for us. Be awesome.
Absolutely. Well, I also have a $100 gift card from Quick Trip, a cooler from our friends at Budweiser, and also some products from Hot Shot Secret. And I'll hand the microphone to Chase and let him give you the final presentation.
Adam, congratulations on your first place finish, Team WFO. Adam, I gotta ask you one question though. Mini rod or unlimited, which would you rather drive if you had one run left in your life?
I don't know, 5 motors is pretty badass.
The man just said it, unlimited. Congratulations. We'll see you in the mini rod class tomorrow.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. He takes number 17 home, winning the unlimited class tonight, the all-time leader in wins here in Tomah, Wisconsin.
Next up on the Pro Stock side, Brent Meyer in the injected buns. John Deere 7130 out of Red Granite, Wisconsin. Brent's an owner of Lincoln Diesel Specialties. Our top three are Rob Russell, the workhorse, the Billet Binder, and the River Rat. Rob Russell at 351, Billet Binder at 360.9, and River Rat 370.7.
Brian DeBrew, New Franklin, Wisconsin, playing with fire.
We got Ryan, he just pulled up the hill here, Alan. We got somebody else on the starting line there for you.
Injected buns. 3:38 and 5 for the man from Red Granite, Wisconsin. Put him right there, about 11 spots.
We'll come back down here to the winner's circle, and I'll start our second place presentation. Our friends from Full Pull obviously stop by the stage tomorrow, learn more about the app that's going to kind of change things in this game. We certainly want to welcome Mr. Criswell and the Benedict team. Congratulations, sir, on your second place finish.
Thank you.
Anybody you want to thank tonight?
Frank Corporal is going to build our chassis for us. They're doing a real good job. All the sponsors. My son Brad that takes care of the tractors and does all the work on them.
Absolutely. I also have $75 in gift cards for you from Quick Trip. And I'm going to hand the microphone to Chase Richardson on behalf of Full Pull. He'll make the presentation.
Oh, another etiquette here. Kevin, Brad, team, congratulations. Heck of a run. This is going to be an awesome unlimited class to watch this year, and you guys are going to be right in the thick of things. All right, well done. Fix your coal wire.
Let's give him a nice round of applause. Number 2 tonight, out of the state of Ohio, the Benedict and Criswell team.
Tomorrow afternoon at noon, 4-wheel drive, Super Farm, Super Stock Open, Minis, and Super Stock Diesel 4-wheel drives. All a part of the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals, which is brought to you in part by Budweiser and Quick Trip, Case IH, Lemke Motorsports, and Keurig Dr. Pepper.
Crazy KW turning a 3:26 and 9, 3:26 and 9 for Chris Schrader.
Don't leave your seat. Do not leave your seat. Brandon Simon's on the line with Loud and Heavy. But 370.7.
Well, the second attempt here for the Simon Says team, and obviously Loud and Heavy, and then Loud and Heavy X are the 2 tractors they brought here with us this weekend. Ryan DeBrew up next on the semi side. He's got a new sponsor, of course, they brought on board here this weekend, or this season, the Bennett Transportation and Logistics and Storn Transportation. And certainly appreciate those companies that are coming on board and supporting our competitors in this game. Certainly hope that you will continue to be patrons of all these folks that are helping grow our sport of pulling. As we go back to the line here, Brandon Simon. And we're going to come right back down here to the winner's circle. Our 3rd place finisher in the Full Pull app sponsored unlimited class here on Friday night, session number 3 at Tomah, Wisconsin. And we have a gentleman who just made his debut in the unlimited class. So no stranger to driving by any means at all, but first time in an unlimited, first time with 3 screw blowers right there in front of you. Got to be pretty happy. How's that rush?
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't even explain it. It was completely different feel than what I've been used to. Vibrations are just crazy on it.
Is Dad ever going to get back in the seat?
Everybody's coming up and joking and saying he lost his seat and yeah, he'll be back in it for sure. I can't rob that from him. So.
Who do you want to thank tonight, sir?
Well, first off, I'd like to thank my dad here for allowing me to do this, and my uncle Tom, Aunt Steph, the crew we got here, Trent Clerk, Modern Machine, Brad, Adam Castor, MBR. Oh, I could go on.
Well, I'll let you, but we got all kinds of time here and fans wanting to hear it. So, but certainly on behalf of Quick Trip, I get to present you with a $50 gift card tonight. I'm also going to hand the microphone over to Chase Richardson on behalf of Full Pull.
Lane, Steve, Money Pit team, congratulations. First time Unlimited, but looked like a seasoned vet. So expect to see it again. Congrats on your third place. Steve, congrats on your future retirement.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. Out of the state of Illinois, they come to run here tonight with us in the Unlimited with the Money Pit. 3 Hemis. This is Lane Bullinger. Chassis configuration, all the struggles he's been fighting over the last couple of summers. I think he's started to get that reined in.
$358, 4 1/4. $358, 425. Ryan DeBrute, I agree. He's got this one figured out.
Here's the bull wagon. John Deere 6030. Another team tractor out of Texas right now.
Yep, so this is the second driver of the sons, you would say. Connor and Conley have both been doing some driving, and the last several summers it's really been Connor's ride. Conley steps in here, of course, out of Nordheim, Texas with the bull wagon. And this young man has been a very quick study, there's no doubt, and also getting to learn how to drive in front of these big crowds and really just dial everything in with this new tractor configuration that they are running. So a fist bump from Dad and brother, and we're going to be on our way here with Conley. We welcome you, buddy, to Tomah, Wisconsin.
Sailor, Holy Smokes machine out on the track right now.
For Conley emitting 318.7 in the bull wagon, 318.7. Down there about 14th spot. Kevin Schmucker will be on the line next. Then Justin Wagler. Quite possibly at 83.60. Jason Roon coming in, quite possibly. Let's see what happens here. 3 pro stocks left.
So Kevin Masterson at 370.790. Jack Mays, number 2, 360.930. And then Rob Russell, the workhorse, 351 and 160. Those are your top 3. Denny Brown, number 4 with Green with Envy. Rob Russell, number 5 with Money on Black. Daryl Foles in the Tinker Toy, number 6. Braden Schromick, 7. Brandon Simon, 8. Julia Ray, number 9. Danny Schmucker, currently number 10.
Lonnie Saylor spools up that Holy Smokes Oak Park, Minnesota-based machine. 1963 Peterbilt 351. Well,
Chalk line was coming very quickly.
It was.
And he was trying like crazy to avoid it. There's no doubt about that. He was a winner last weekend in Hutch on Saturday night in this class. Ryan DeBrew was in that number 2 position. But this gentleman right here, fresh off the win in Hutch last weekend. Let's give him a tough luck round of applause, folks, as he did save it, keep it in there, I believe, away from that chalk line, but not what he had hoped for.
Just short of 200, 199.835. Something let go underneath, and yes, things went south in a hurry. Pat Island's the only one left.
Well, we went to Louisville, Ohio to start things off with the Get Her Done John Deere. We go back there now as we did reset the sled after Kevin Schmucker ran. Actually ran 3 tractors, I believe, before we changed that sled setting, and we get Her Done entry coming back now. And obviously the watchful eye of his son Danny guides him back in that final pep talk of what we're going to try to do. And obviously it's going to take a monster pass. We've been talking about those all weekend long. It seems like one of our competitors has found that sweet spot, and that 360, 370 range, that's where we end up with a lot of our winners here. We had that there on the track earlier this afternoon in the light super stock class, and that's about where Kevin Masterson sits now in our pro stock division.
Kevin Schmucker. He hooked 2 hours ago. He's been able to watch fans. Nice hook right there. And the real deer will be coming up next. Kevin Schmucker, 339 and 2. 339 and 2. That'll put Kevin in 11th spot.
Well, folks, we hope that you are enjoying yourself and have had a good time here with us over the course of the evening. Or if you were with us all day, even better. We're glad to have you here with us. The 2023 version of our Budweiser Dairyland Super National event here in Tomah, Wisconsin. And we want you to come back here with us tomorrow for sessions number 4 and number 5.
Great classes of competition tonight. We've seen some power down this track. We didn't see the problem in the track that we have seen, either track. So kudos to the gentleman building the track. Either corrected the problem or did not have the problem. But here again, the building of the track took place twice today. First thing this morning when we arrived, and then again right after the session this afternoon. They will tear this again tomorrow morning, and we'll be ready for session 4 and 5 tomorrow. Hope that you join us for our salute to the American farmer tomorrow night. Always an interesting group of individuals as we have the FFA here from all over the area making an appearance here. We do look forward to that as well. So look forward to tomorrow, a great day of competition as we crown a pair of winners. Each class has run twice, so someone is going to get an award as a composition.
Yeah, the overall weekend award, and
Yes.
that's been something that's been quite coveted. But
Yes.
we've presented just 2 of those already.
That's exactly right, yes.
And both of those were sweeps. So, you know,
What it's gonna take.
Dean Halicki
Yep.
and Jeff Rose were both sweeps.
Well, Pat Island is started. Understand that Lonnie wants to do something down the track once we get Pat done.
And just a couple of pro stocks left coming our way. Should have Justin Wagler out of Morgantown, Indiana, his Real Deer entry. He should be coming in next.
Lonnie coming back.
Lonnie is running a test hook.
A test hook after we finish with.
And then after that, we'll have a 4-wheel drive truck doing a test hook. And we'll have a pro stock coming up next.
Just passing through in class, Pat Island, Hampton, Minnesota.
He's on our winners list with 3
Yes.
to his credit.
Yep.
He's looking to add number 4 here.
Get your tickets ready, ladies and gentlemen. The red ticket tonight, $3,171 at our 50-50 raffle. Get those tickets out. Here's your winning number. And again, you'll go to where the starting line is, right back over there, the 2-story yellow building. That's where you'll pick up your winnings. Red ticket, number 065837. 065837. Our second place ticket for $200, red ticket 062224. And tonight's third place effort with a red ticket 065991. Again, for the big drawing, $3,171, 065837. Second place, 062224. Third place, 065991. And the FFA alumni, thank you so very much for that. A reminder, we will do our salute to agriculture tomorrow night. Justin Wagler on the line in the Real Deer. He went 319 before we had the sled set.
Everybody can't leave at the same time, so be patient with each other.
And we've got
Courteous.
some trophy presentations. We'd love to
That's
have.
right.
We'd love to have some interviews that these folks could actually talk to some people. So it's always appreciated if we have an audience.
Might just as well wait. Enjoy the presentations before you leave.
3:36.9 for the Real Deer.
Lonnie Singler's going to come back and try something. We don't know what, but he's asked for a position to pull a test run. We're not even going to measure. We're just trying to accommodate, because if you stop and realize we have the personnel in place, we have the track in shape, and this is something that we can do. If you were to set this up on a special basis, it would take a lot of time, a lot of personnel, etc. But
here's how they finished in our Pro Stock class. At number 5, the Money on Black, Rob Russell, 3:46.9. Denny Brown finished 4th, Green with Envy, 3:47.9. In 3rd, Rob Russell, the workhorse, 3:51.1. Jack Mays, the Billet Binder, 3:60.9. And Kevin Masterson makes a masterful return to Tomah, 3:70.790. Congratulations to the River Rat.
Might have been in the pay dirt, but that is a test hook.
That's a guy that wanted to put a show on for the fans, though.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that very much.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. Don't know what he was trying to do. We have a 4-wheel drive we're going to test pull as well. So you've got your presentations. We still have activity on the track. You still have crowd waiting to hear from you. Been a great afternoon, a great evening for competition.
As Miles has the winner circle kind of get more populated, it's amazing to me over the years where you see a guy maybe in a buddy that are running a whole pulling operation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people here with the Playing with Fire. And a lot of those people are youngsters with all looking good in their team shirts. Again,
I'm bringing you back over here to join me, Ryan. And obviously, here's what I'll tell you. I think from the stage right here where we get to do this fun interview to the pit area where your audience and your fans are going to meet you as well in tradition, this will be one where you get to step back, and rather than have to worry about diagnostics or looking or anything, you just get to enjoy yourself. Congrats, pal.
Thanks, Miles. Tomah's been tough for us. You never do good close to home. And we've definitely had our trials and tribulations here. It's an exciting night. I have a huge crew here that came down to visit with us this week. And we got our new sponsor, Bennett Transportation and Logistics, and Ace Dorn. They're up here for the weekend, and what a way to start it off. This is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're a fantastic brand ambassador for those folks, and will continue to carry a banner for our sport. So I get to present you this trophy on behalf of Gerke Transport, and I also get to present you with a $100 gift card from our friends at Quick Trip. I'm going to give you a cooler from our friends at Budweiser, and I'm going to give you this wonderful box of product from our friends at Hot Shot Secret. Anybody you want to thank tonight?
Well, I want to thank my family first off. They travel with us all summer long. Crystal, Marshall, Blake, and Chase, and it's great. Today we get to have the Big Pit crew with us, Brad, my mechanic, and Matt from Minnesota. We met him here in 2018 and has been a lifelong friend since then. So this is just great. This is a lot of fun. Gerke Transport for putting on our class, Quick Trip for the money, and then Load Doctor for sponsoring the semi-class for the year, and of course, Bennett Transportation and Logistics and Ace Dorn.
Absolutely, sir. Well, folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. We're going to look out here at Tracy for a photo, and we are going to congratulate the DeBrew family out of New Franklin, Wisconsin. They take home the win tonight with Playing with Fire.
As I look down at the starting line, Miles, it appears that our four-wheel drive might be one of the Suki machines, trying to figure out what's going on. So we'll see what they want to do. This is going to be, here again, a test pass to figure out if there are things that they need to adjust. I don't remember what our issue was at the time, but they're out there on the track, and they'll make one pass with the sled that we have to unload. We literally have to unload the wagon because we were so heavy. But that will be the test pass of the four-wheel drive on the infield track, and we'll wrap things up here shortly. Going to say good night to everybody because you're all here right now, and we hope to see you tomorrow as we get underway with the show at noon. Miles will start about, what, 10:15 did you start?
Oh, yeah, 10:15.
Yeah,
and
right.
There's no rest for me, of course, over the course of this weekend, but that's been all right. And I want to tell you, fans, I love our sport for many reasons. We talk about that over the course of the weekend. I want to invite you back to the pit area, obviously.
Exactly.
It is dark, but please make sure you're paying attention to where you're going. But for those of you that want to go take a cool look at one of these semis, Ryan DeBrew has been a guy who has always been hanging out in the pit area. He's back here just at the end of the track. Stop by and see him. Make sure you go talk to your favorite puller, get an autograph, let them know what you've enjoyed about being here at Tomah with us. We certainly appreciate that. And we unload the wagon, we make a test pass. We're going to do some more interviews. Obviously, we've got some pro stock guys to present some trophies to as well.
Well, we look forward to tomorrow as we get underway with sessions 4 and sessions 5. Miles wraps things up here and handles things so well. There's no reason for me to be leaning over his shoulder because, you know, every once in a while you call me on something and I'm going to get out before you call me on something else. Thanks, Miles. Job well done tonight. We do appreciate all your insight on what you do.
Well, thank you very much, Alan, and we continue to have some more fun tomorrow. A lot of great classes on the docket for competition. Our friends from Gerke Transport are the presenting sponsor of our semi-class here this evening, and I get to present number 2 to Chris Schrader as he steps in here. Here is your trophy, sir, from our friends at Gerke Transport. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you. I don't even know what to say. We didn't come here expecting anything. Brand new motor this year, everything together, first time out. And I guess we pulled one off here to get second place.
Absolutely, and I also have $75 from our friends at Quick Trip for you to enjoy a snack, a little bit of fuel, whatever it is you decide to use.
All right, yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank Dr. Preload for sponsoring the class, Mac Trailer, Case IH, O'Reilly's, and all the rest. I'd like to thank my personal sponsors, Dwyer Milk Transport, Hitch and Post, Martin's, Truck Country. Who am I forgetting? I don't know. There's a ton of them. Paul Prolly at Rochester Diesel, Eastern Ohio Diesel Performance for doing our pump work. Nah, I'm sure I'm forgetting some, but I don't mean to.
Absolutely. Well, it takes a whole lot of people to help you get up and down the track, and we certainly appreciate all of the folks that are helping you do that. Congratulations again on your second place finish.
All right, thank you. Most important, I'd like to thank God for giving us the opportunity to do this.
Absolutely. Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. We're going to look right out here and get a quick picture. And we'll continue our awards here. They're presented by our friends from Gerke Transport. I get to present you with the trophy for number 3 here. And congratulations, TJ.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks all the fans for coming out. Still learning this. This is my second time ever hooking, so we'll just keep learning.
Absolutely. Well, if nothing else, mixing it up in the semi-class, it's become obviously a fan favorite for so many, and they love to watch you guys come trackside, and some pretty unique aspects for each individual truck that comes out here in the class.
Yeah, it is. Every one of them is completely different, and that's what makes it fun. But I want to thank Mom, Dad, Billy, and Sarah with the truck, and everybody back at the Elite Shop for helping us get it ready, because Monday afternoon we were looking at lots of brass in the oil pan.
Absolutely, sir. Well, we're so glad that you're here with us. Here's a $50 gift card as well from our friends at Quick Trip, and we'll get to see you again tomorrow.
All right, yep. See you guys tomorrow.
Folks, again, let's give him a nice congratulations. Number 3 tonight here, TJ, in our semi-division, presented by our friends at Gerke Transport. Well, I think we got it back together. Some wrenching there in the pit area today. And certainly everything with the test pass seems to work out just fine. The 4-wheel drive here with Totally Geared this evening. We are getting ready to start our presentation for the Pro Stock class. This is sponsored by our friends at Lemke Motorsports. All right, so we come here now. Our friends from Lemke Motorsports are our presenting sponsor, and we have Terry here with us. Kevin, congratulations. You told me this morning, 20 years since you've been to Tomah. I can't think of a better way to welcome you back, bud.
I'm tickled to death. I'm pretty sure my dad's looking down on me.
Absolutely, and you know, it's becoming hard for all of us. We're all losing dads, and that makes it pretty hard to continue to try to do what we're doing. So all we have is to be able to go out and know that we're going to try to make them proud with every announcing event I get to do, or with every pass that you get to make. We get to glorify them a little bit and hopefully make them proud with everything we do. I know there's a lot of people here with you, the people you want to thank, obviously.
Yeah, I'd sure like to thank Lemke Motorsports for sponsoring us on our other circuit also. And I'd also like to thank Weimer Fuel and Turbo and Riverside Engines. And I'd also like to have a special thanks to Patrick Gentry, Joey Harris, and Daryl Foles for helping me keep them going.
Absolutely, sir. Well, I have a $100 gift card for you from Quick Trip. I have a cooler for you from our friends at Budweiser. And I also have a box of Hot Shot Secrets products for you to take back home with you to Grandview. And I'm going to let Terry make the presentation. I love the question that you asked her. You said, what is it like to work for Robbie Lemke? She's the office manager at Lemke Motorsports. I can only imagine what a day in the life of this poor lady is. As Robbie walks through with all of his phrases. But Terry, thanks for being here with us. I'll let you make your trophy presentation.
On behalf of Lemke Motorsports, I'd like to present this trophy to you for your first place win. Congratulations.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. All of you that can hear me that are here right now. Kevin Masterson's back after a 20-year hiatus, and we thank our friends at Lemke Motorsports with sponsoring that class. All right, so we'll go right back to the winner's circle here in front of the Kenny Mack Tower. And Jack Mays, what a beautiful pass, man. That was gorgeous, and obviously things are working really well with the billet binder. Welcome to Tomah.
Thank you very much. It was a fun ride. The last time I was in Tomah, I was 8 years old, so it's definitely good to be back.
Yeah, well, we're glad to have you, and obviously you're here in the top 3 in that class. That says a lot.
Yep, my hat's off to all the guys back at home in the shop. Eric Durbin, Marty Howard, John Burton, my Uncle Steve. Even thanks to Rob Russell for helping us get our truck back to going. We kind of had some issues traveling home from Hutch last weekend, and it was kind of a grind in the week in the shop to get it done. And I also, biggest thanks to my dad, everything he does for me, my mom being my biggest supporter back at home. And I'd like to thank Rodney Schnichter, Weimer Turbo, Hartz Diesel, and Bob Nichols for doing a great job cutting our tires.
Absolutely. Well, I get to present you with a couple of Quick Trip gift cards that total $75. And I'm going to let Terry make a trophy presentation on behalf of Lemke Motorsports.
Sorry, I didn't hear your first name. Jack. Hi, Jack. I'm Terry. On behalf of Lemke Motorsports, I'd like to present this second place trophy to you. Congratulations.
Number 2, and somewhere out here in the track hiding from us is Dad, Stuart Mays. We're glad you're here with us as well. But folks, number 2 tonight, the billet binder out of Amity, Missouri, and Jack Mays. And we'll come right back here to the winner's circle, our final interview of session number 3, and a legend in this sport who comes to join us. 2 in the top 5 tonight. They got to be pretty happy there. Rob Russell, welcome back to Tomah.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Love Tomah, boys. Love Tomah. And, you know, with that tough crowd, and I've never drove Peters. He's having trouble with it stumbling. He couldn't be here. I filled in. I didn't enjoy it because I like to be more smooth, but damn lucky to get 2 in the top 5. And the Rat's great here. I mean, anywhere he goes, you got a Kevin Masterson. But I'd like to shout out to the 2 guys that helped me tonight. Wasn't for these 2 standing here, Terry, and I call him O-Ring. But anyway, he's an old friend. He used to run the Superstock back in the Deer Store, Tom Gillis. And most important, you know, the fans have left now, but my people at home, my wife, my family, my kids, letting me come here. That's what counts.
Absolutely, sir. Well, I get to give you a $50 gift card to our friends at Quick Trip, and I'm going to hand the microphone over to Terry from Lemke Motorsports for a trophy presentation.
Rob, on behalf of Lemke Motorsports, I'd like to present you with a 3rd place trophy and wish you congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And your final competitor here, number 3 tonight and number 5, that's Rob Russell, and the workhorse entry, number 3 tonight. So we had John Deere, of course, at the top. 2 red tractors, number 2 and number 3. Back tomorrow, folks, at 10:15 in the full pull booth, or again here with pre-show around 11:40.